Hey guys, settle in. Tonight we're doing something a little different something. Windswept. We're wrapping ourselves in the thick mist and the biting cold wind that whips across the remote, unforgiving stretches of the Yorkshire moors. This is a journey that will take us far from any well-lit, comfortable path. We're pushing through tangled, thorny thickets, imagining ghosts. Probably aren't just imaginary out here, all leading towards one very particular and very unfriendly door. Close your eyes for a moment and really feel it. Imagine the raw, harsh wind tearing at your hair, carrying on it the wild, clean, but somehow damp smell of the earth and the prickly heather underfoot. Imagine having to squint against an almost blizzard, peering towards a single solitary dwelling silhouetted against the bleak horizon. This place has walls that look sturdier, perhaps even older than time itself, thicker than any Christmas fruitcake you've ever encountered, surely. And a general atmosphere, a silent but potent feeling that broadcasts one clear message to anyone approaching. Intruders will not be welcomed and may possibly end up as a new ingredient in the floor polish. Yeah, this isn't just another story tonight. It's an experience. One that genuinely promises to chill you right down to the bone, wrapping you not just in external cold, but internal unease. You probably won't survive this particular descent into the deep northern bleakness entirely unscathed. At the very least, I'm going to warn you, you might have some exceptionally weird dreams involving incredibly loud barking dogs and people who seem universally annoyed by your mere existence. Fair warning. So just before you get yourself settled, absolutely perfectly, maybe curled up tight, perhaps pausing to pull an extra blanket around you, take a quick second. A small gesture that genuinely helps out the channel. Consider liking this video, letting the algorithm know we're exploring something a bit dark tonight, and subscribing. But please only do that if you genuinely enjoy spending these nights together, drifting off to the sound of stories, histories, or whatever strange tangents I stumble down here. And as always, seriously drop a comment. Let me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is as you ease into things. I absolutely love seeing our little widely scattered sleep time community spanning across the globe. It's genuinely cool to picture us all here in different time zones connected by this shared quiet space. Okay, lights are dimmed. Maybe a soft fan humming gently in the background for that perfect white noise layer. Good. Let's gently, tentatively ease into tonight's particularly rugged journey. You arrive. The you here, by the way, is specifically Mr. Lockwood. Think of yourself as something of a city fop, to borrow a phrase. Perhaps a bit too refined for your own good, seeking a quiet escape country solitude, aiming for something picturesque and idyllic. Only as you quickly find out what you find is something profoundly less charming than you initially bargained for. You've just come from London. I picture you still faintly smelling of polite society. Maybe a bit of carriage exhaust, and definitely a whole lot of misguided urban optimism about the simple peace of the countryside. You've rented a place nearby Thrushcross Grange, which sounds much grander and crucially slightly less foreboding than your final destination tonight. Thrushcross Grange sits comfortably down in a sheltered valley, representing a completely different way of life from the harsh highlands. But perhaps it's simply boredom. Perhaps it's a truly desperate, soul-crushing lack of adequate Wi-Fi signals that pushes you to explore. Whatever the reason, an ill-advised curiosity eventually draws you across the incredibly harsh, the unyielding, almost actively resistant landscape of the moors, pushing you towards Wuthering Heights. As you approach, the ancient farmhouse seems less like a structure built painstakingly by human hands, and more like it just grew right out of the very ground itself, made of the same raw stone permanently exposed to the full, brutal force of the northern elements. You learn that the very name of the place, Wuthering isn't just a fanciful title. It's actually a local dialect word. It describes the kind of savage atmospheric commotion, the sheer violence of wind and weather that this particular house must endure on a constant basis. Wind howling, blowing, seeming to scrape across the stones with an intensity you never encounter in the sheltered valley or a bustling city street. You take a breath, you raise a hand, you knock, tentatively. The reception. Let's just say it leaves much to be desired, like receiving a lump of coal when you desperately needed a warm hat. Imagine stepping into a complete stranger's house hoping for a warm greeting, or perhaps just directions back out of the storm, and instead being instantly met by the snarling teeth of dogs that look frankly underfed and possibly haven't been brushed, or maybe even washed, since before the Norman conquest. These aren't friendly family pets. They are territorial guards emanating suspicion and hostility. And then, in this incredibly unwelcoming scene, you meet the master of the house. And this is not what your London sensibilities would expect of a country landowner. He's certainly not some ruddy-faced jovial squire keen on discussing crops or the local hunt. Nor is he a quiet, reserved farmer content with the land. This is Heathcliff. Even the name itself feels rough, like it's chipped straight off the granite tors of the moorland. He's dark in temperament and maybe appearance. He's sullen, utterly uncommunicative in any polite, expected way. The servants you encounter aren't much of an improvement. There's a grim, largely silent woman, Zillah, whose face seems permanently set in a disapproving expression. And then there's the ancient, gruff man named Joseph, who seems to communicate primarily in a dialect so thick and nearly incomprehensible that you mostly catch phrases about sin, damnation, and maybe misplaced farm implements, which honestly, considering the mood of the place, feels entirely appropriate. You try to make polite conversation. As a gentleman from London, you are accustomed to a certain level of social engagement, however superficial. Your pleasantries, your attempted small talk about the weather, or your reasons for being in the neighborhood. It all simply bounces off Heathcliff, like trying to hit a concrete wall with wet spitballs. He seems less interested in your presence as a potential tenant or fellow human being, and actively more annoyed by the mere fact that you are taking up valuable space and air in his hallway. Air he could presumably be using for his solitary act of glaring or silent brooding. This visit was supposed to be a simple, formal courtesy call upon your new landlord. Instead, it rapidly feels as though you have stumbled completely unprepared into a cage housing a family of particularly irritable, unsociable badgers who seem to genuinely resent your presumption of polite human interaction. You are clearly an intrusion. During your brief, excruciating, socially awkward stay, the weather, which was already dramatic, worsens quite spectacularly. A light, picturesque snowfall intensifies and devolves into a full-blown raging blizzard. This, you quickly learn, is apparently a frequent and rather inconveniently dramatic occurrence on the moors. It has a habit of trapping travelers. It's a good opportunity to weave in a little architectural history, you know. Moorland homes like Wuthering Heights, built centuries ago using the stone readily available from the land itself, were constructed with incredibly thick walls and deliberately small windows. This wasn't about letting in lots of charming natural light. It was specifically designed to withstand the absolute fierceness of those winds, the driving rain, the accumulating snow. These structures weren't meant to be cozy, picturesque cottages dreamt up in a soft watercolor painting. They were hard, practical fortresses designed as a defensive measure against the brutal force of nature surrounding them. You attempt to leave. An extremely sensible decision, you think, deciding quite wisely that perhaps rural solitude can definitely wait, especially if the alternative involves freezing to death or potentially being mauled by one of the aforementioned potentially rabid guard dogs. But the snowdrifts pile up frighteningly high against the doors. The already faint track you followed to get here is entirely lost under white anonymity. You're completely stuck. There is nowhere to go. Given the, let's say, profoundly asterisk less than welcoming asterisk vibe emanating from the master of the house and his household, you reluctantly, and probably with a significant amount of internal dread, accept the grim prospect of having to spend the entire night here. Maybe you'll have to curl up by a non-existent, unwelcoming hearth. Perhaps use your best top hat as a highly unsuitable pillow. You wander seeking somewhere less directly exposed to the household's collective glare, while you are thus trapped and reluctantly seeking some kind of refuge within the thick stone walls. You stumble into a chamber. Perhaps it was formerly a bedroom. It contains a large, very old dark oak-paneled bed. And this bed has something unusual sliding doors that allow it to be essentially sealed up, turning it into a large wooden box within the room. You can't help but wonder if it was originally invented by someone with severe trust issues and a profound fear of human interaction. Or maybe just an absolutely desperate fear of drafts. Likely both out here. Inside this enclosed space carved roughly into the painted wood of the window ledge within the bedbox are names. Names repeated over and over as if scratched there over years, almost like a form of desperate graffiti. Catherine Earnshaw, Catherine Linton, Catherine Heathcliff. The repetition is eerie, a silent echo in the still, cold room. Intrigued by these strange inscriptions, and desperate for distraction from the oppressive atmosphere outside the box, you rummage around the chamber. You find some old books. They look less like they were intended for reading pleasure and more like they've spent years serving a secondary purpose, perhaps as very ineffective doorstops or unbalanced table legs. But upon closer inspection, these are not just dusty, discarded volumes. These are journals, personal writings entries, scribbled across decaying, crumbling pages, years, perhaps even decades ago. Written by a girl named Catherine Earnshaw. As you pore over these incredibly fascinating, fragile pages in the dim, oppressive light filtering through the small window, or maybe by a weak candle flame, you found somewhere you catch sudden, vivid glimpses of a wild, completely unrestrained spirit. Glimpses of life on the heights decades before you, the unintended urban intruder, ever arrived. You read about brothers and sisters, about the relentless hardships of existence in this isolated place. And you read increasingly about a certain dark-skinned, intense, quiet boy named Heathcliff. The journals paint a picture of Wuthering Heights that is vastly different from the grim, silent house you found upon your arrival today. And yet, it feels disturbingly, profoundly connected. As if the silence now is just a hardened shell over the echoes of that fierce, vital past documented on the crumbling paper. The stories, the lives detailed in these journals begin to fill your mind, displacing the quiet of the room and the storm outside. Exhaustion, perhaps emotional, as well as physical, from the journey and the ordeal, finally overtakes you. You drift uncomfortably into a troubled, restless sleep. And that's when things truly shift from merely uncomfortable and weird into genuinely bizarre and terrifying. You're plagued by nightmares. Vivid, unsettling dreams fueled directly by the desolate, isolated surroundings, the oppressive atmosphere of the house, and the potent, raw emotions hinted at in the journal entries swirling in your subconscious. You dream of strict fire and brimstone religious sermons, Joseph's influence surely, and the feeling of pressing your face against painfully icy window panes. In one particularly vivid and deeply terrifying nightmare, you are suddenly startlingly aware of scratching. A persistent, light, frantic scratching coming from just outside the window next to the bedbox where you are sheltered. And then you hear it. A voice. A child's voice. Cold, mournful, tiny. It's begging, pleading to be let in. It claims to be Catherine Linton, lost on the moor. It says it's been outside for 20 years. You are horrified, utterly, completely, understandably freaked out, trapped inside this wooden box in a strange, dark room in an isolated house in a blizzard, being addressed by a spectral child from outside the window who claims she's been lost for 20 years . You try desperately to ignore it, to tell yourself it's just a dream. The scratching continues, gets more insistent, louder. Your panic mounts, rising like the snowdrifts outside. In a moment of sheer blind terror and instinct, you thrust your hand, maybe bare, maybe gloved, but completely exposed, out through the broken pane of the window, aiming to push away whatever is causing the scratching, to make it stop. Your fingers close not on rough wood, not on scratchy fabric, but on something small and terrifyingly cold. A tiny freezing hand. The spectral figure outside, having found contact, redoubles its efforts, its mournful lament intensifying into desperate sobs. You, driven by a primal need to be free of this contact, manage somehow to pull the freezing spectral wrist further into the gap and scrape it roughly against the broken glass of the pane. You grit your teeth, rubbing the spectral limb against the jagged edge. The crying becomes a shriek. And then finally, blessedly, the ghostly figure retracts, disappears, leaving streaks that look disturbingly like blood on the linen sheets within the bedbox. You can only desperately hope later that the blood was part of the dream and not some horrifyingly tangible aspect of a spontaneous spiritual manifestation, but at the time, it feels entirely real. This nightmare, this vivid, visceral encounter, it is so disturbing, so genuinely terrifying that your shouts of fright and struggle inside the confined space of the bedbox are loud enough, raw enough to actually awaken the very unfriendly, real residents of the house, Heathcliff. Hearing the commotion, hearing this desperate cry echoing from one of his seldom used rooms, bursts in. Perhaps given his earlier demeanor, he's hoping against hope that you finally manage to set yourself on fire in the hearthless room, and thus efficiently solved his accidental guest housing problem by eliminating yourself. But then he realizes the source of the noise. He understands with chilling clarity that you, this insufferable fop from London, have been having a nightmare. And not just any nightmare. A nightmare about Kathy, no less. His reaction to this information is startlingly, overwhelmingly intense. The sullen mask cracks. He becomes visibly agitated, distressed, his reserve shattering in an instant. He doesn't yell at you for waking him. He rushes straight to the window you just had your terrifying encounter at. He throws it open wide, exposing the room to the howling wind and swirling snow of the blizzard. And then he calls out into the snowy, unforgiving night for Kathy. His voice is raw, thick, with an anguish that sounds centuries deep, begging her to come in. It's a gut-wrenching, potent display of grief and longing, a tidal wave of pain that feels completely impossibly at odds with the silent, stoic surliness he presented earlier. Inadvertently, utterly by accident, you have stumbled not just onto a painful memory, but onto the deepest, most exposed, rawest nerve in this house, in this man's soul. It's pulsating with unhealed trauma. This inexplicable outburst, this sudden exposure to such profound raw torment in a man who minutes before seemed like carved granite, leaves you deeply, profoundly unnerved. You were just attempting to recover, from arguably the worst, most existentially challenging sleep of your entire life. Perhaps already contemplating a complete career change the moment you could leave. Perhaps thinking professional nap-taker seems much safer than amateur country gentleman. And then you witness this desperate, raw, guttural plea echoing into the freezing storm outside. It hits you with chilling clarity. Wuthering Heights is not just a grim, isolated house. It is haunted. Not simply by the possibility of a literal spectral child's hand, though you have that disturbing sensory memory to contend with. But it is haunted by history, haunted by overwhelming, powerful, destructive emotions. It is utterly saturated by the memory, the undeniable presence of a woman named Catherine. and the master of the house, the formidable, terrifying Mr. Heathcliff, is clearly tormented by her, utterly consumed by her ghost in whatever form it takes for him. In that moment, surrounded by the raw reality of it all, solitude seems vastly overrated. You decide with absolute conviction that perhaps living in a bustling city full of questionable smells and perpetual noise is infinitely preferable to the psychological and potentially supernatural horror show you have stumbled into out here on the quiet, terrifying moors. You desperately want to understand it. To comprehend how a man, a seemingly strong, formidable man, could be so utterly consumed by a past presence, so bound, so beholden to a memory of a woman, that it makes him scream his heart out into a freezing blizzard in the dead of night, attempting with limited success to regain some semblance of composure, and much more importantly to plot your escape from this highly atmospheric, emotionally violent horror show. Just as soon as humanly physically possible, you express your profound discomfort to one of the servants. Maybe you were hoping foolishly for a flicker of normalcy, for someone to simply nod and validate that yes, you're correct. This place is absolutely, undeniably, clinically nuts. Instead of any kind of reasonable explanation or, maybe directions to the nearest inn, you are instead introduced to the housekeeper. Her name is Nellie Dean, and she blessedly immediately seems slightly less like a terrifying character, freshly stepped from the pages of a very dark Gothic novel, and more like a person who might actually miraculously make you a promised cup of tea, perhaps offer a dry biscuit, and most importantly might be willing to spill the deeply buried secrets of this profoundly messed up household. Sensing your utter bewildered fear, and frankly your now intense, insatiable curiosity about the genuinely dramatic and unsettling events you've just personally witnessed, Nellie offers it herself. She offers to tell you the complete, the real, the complicated history of Wuthering Heights, and crucially, the history of the intensely connected, eternally battling inhabitants who have defined its bleak character for generations. You accept this offer eagerly. Honestly, who in their right mind wouldn't? You have just experienced a traumatic ghost hand smoothie situation courtesy of a long-dead girl's very persistent specter, and your enigmatic landlord appears to be holding spontaneous late-night, extremely loud crying auditions for the role of tragic lover out in his snowy garden. Learning the extensive backstory seems like the absolute only way you might possibly make some kind of coherent sense of the all-consuming madness that clearly grips this isolated spot. Or at the very least, you hope it will provide some exceptionally solid reasons, some undeniable evidence for you to immediately break your lease agreement the moment you return safely to the lowlands. So you settle in. You prepare yourself for what you know deep down is going to be a long, and likely very depressing, very intense, and perhaps very philosophical story. A story told by someone who was witness to it all, or at least was near enough to hear the key pieces and piece them together with the unique perspective of an insider-outsider. You sit back trying to consciously banish the chilling, damp dread of your nightmare experience from the forefront of your mind. You only hope this impromptu history lesson won't conclude with an unexpected pop quiz on spectral anatomy or the more violent aspects of moorland life. Nellie Dean's story begins. She is about to take you deep into the past. The real story of Wuthering Heights, she tells you, is about to unfold before you seen entirely through her eyes and retrieved painstakingly from her long, sharp memory. She has lived her entire life right here on these moors, either at Wuthering Heights or nearby at Thrushcross Grange. She assures you with quiet authority she has genuinely seen it all. From the very, very beginning. Nellie pauses. Maybe she takes a deep breath, settling into the narrative. Perhaps she stirs the dying embers in a neglected hearth, or simply folds her hands calmly in her lap. Her eyes, as she begins to speak, take on that familiar, faraway look of someone about to access archives stored exclusively within the deep, complex recesses of their own memory and life experience. She promises to start precisely at the beginning, long before you missed her. Lockwood ever stumbled unexpectedly, almost ridiculously, into this atmospheric hazard zone of a place. She takes you back. Some 30 years, she calculates, before that ghostly freezing hand latched onto yours through the window in the bedbox. Back to a time when she herself was just a young girl growing up in service alongside the actual children of the very house, whose troubled history she is now preparing to unfold for you. Wuthering Heights in those earlier days wasn't quite the same bleak monolithic monument to absolute human misery that you encountered upon your arrival today. Though she adds with perhaps a faint dry amusement, it was also never exactly a picturesque pretty picture postcard cottage either. Its essential nature forged by the land was always present. It belonged at that time to the patriarch old Mr. Earnshaw. Nellie describes him as a man utterly of the moors. Plain-spoken, probably quite rough around the edges in his manner, perhaps prone to fits of temper. The Earnshaws are known for that, she implies. But fundamentally, she believes he was decent, at least in his younger, less weathered years. His wife, you gather, was a more fragile presence, often ill, and sadly she died relatively early on, leaving Mr. Earnshaw with his 2 young children to raise. And importantly, she was left in the capable hands of his small household staff, which of course included the young Nellie herself. Here's a little bit of mainstream historical context, the kind Nellie's position puts in sharp relief. In rural areas of 18th and 19th century England, particularly on large estates or substantial farms like Wuthering Heights, it was incredibly common for servant families to live and work on the estate for generations. They weren't just employees, they became deeply integrated into the household structure and its complicated family dynamics. This often blurred the lines between simply being hired help and sometimes developing almost a foster sibling-like relationship with the very children they were hired to help raise, care for, and supervise. Nellie Dean is, as you will see, a perfect and tragically complicated example of this very specific, deeply interwoven relationship dynamic. She was part of the furniture, yes, but furniture with eyes and ears and, as you'll hear, definite opinions. The 2 Earnshaw children, the products of Wuthering Heights and Mr. Earnshaw's particular brand of parenting, were Hindley and Catherine. Catherine was almost always called Kathy right from the start, a name as swift and natural as her movements. Hindley was the elder sibling, the son and heir. This position naturally afforded him a certain status within the family structure, a position he was expected to inherit and embody. A status that, as things relentlessly unfolded, he would tragically prove himself entirely unable to appreciate and utterly fail to uphold. Nellie remembers him even as a young lad, as someone who could be sullen, perhaps already a little resentful, prone to dark moods. He might have been jealous even then of any attention or affection his younger sister Kathy effortlessly seemed to command. Kathy, though. Kathy. From Nellie Dean's careful description, you begin to form a picture in your mind. A picture less of a conventional child and more of a literal force of nature herself, mirroring the wildness, the sheer untamed energy of the moors surrounding their home outside the thick defensive stone walls. She was, in Nellie's recollection, perhaps the real asterisk, the essential mistress of Wuthering Heights, even while still in her childhood years. Undisciplined, bursting with raw spirit, prone to running wild, completely unrestrained on the fells and high peaks behind the house. She fiercely preferred the uninhibited company of her own boundless imagination, or very soon, as the story develops, the intense company of a very particular foundling playmate, to any distant semblance of what genteel, polite behavior dictated, You might imagine her childhood a relentless outdoor adventure spent scrambling over stone tors, perpetually scraping knees, inevitably getting completely soaked to the bone in the sudden, unpredictable moorland rainstorms. You see her returning home not just with muddy clothes, but clothes that seem to be permanently stained with the color of the earth. Her hair thick and dark, perpetually tangled with twigs and wind-blown leaves. She spoke in a broad regional dialect rooted deep in the moors, a way of speaking that would likely be utterly incomprehensible and alien language to your London-trained ears. These were decidedly not children tucked primly into starched pinafores and starched suits, carefully conducting quiet, polite tea parties with neatly arranged dolls. Kathy especially was elemental, full to the brim with life, unpredictable as the weather, fiercely unyielding independent. And she possessed a quick, hot temper that could suddenly flare up in rage with a power that seemed to perfectly match or even exceed the infamous intense wind whistling constantly outside the heavy walls. Nellie speaks of days spent racing effortlessly across the vast, unbroken carpet of heather, seemingly tireless in her energy, with a complete disregard for convention or expectation that was in its own way both genuinely admirable, almost breathtaking in its freedom. And yet, as her history would undeniably prove ultimately destructive, it's precisely the kind of wild boundary-pushing childhood that would probably get you instantly banned from every organized playdate if attempted in the present day. And frankly, as you hear about it, you might even think, sounds kind of amazing. Wuthering Heights itself is painted by Nellie Dean's narrative brush, not as a warm, glowing family home overflowing with conventional love and comfort, but precisely as a place built first and foremost for endurance. A structure whose character perfectly reflects the stoic, hard-wearing nature of the people who historically lived within its thick walls. It was simple, solid, unyielding, profoundly functional, but not necessarily comfortable. Not conventionally charming or inviting in any easily recognizable way. Life within and around the house was hardy. It was centered on the practical demands of farming the difficult land, dealing day in and day out with the intense physical and social isolation that the location rigorously imposed. Visitors were exceedingly rare occurrences, almost events in themselves. Entertainment largely consisted of whatever spontaneous mischief the children could collectively invent to fill the long hours, or perhaps consisted of the stern, often fearsome religious observations and strict moral pronouncements enforced with unwavering authority by old Joseph, that same ancient servant you encountered earlier who now seems to embody in human form generations of ancient unyielding disapproval. A quirkier detail Nellie might remember and share, adding color to this picture. Before the Earnshaw children ever encountered any distant notions of formal gentility or polite society, their toys were likely exceedingly basic. Perhaps simply whittled wood or natural stones used in invented games played on the ground, or literally just the expansive raw landscape itself, serving as their imaginative playground. Books, Nellie hints, were likely very few in the house, limited to practical guides or perhaps grim religious texts. Certainly not anything resembling the extensive cultured library that the Edgar Linton's refined family down in the valley would later possess. Formal education, particularly for Kathy and Hindley in their earliest years, wasn't exactly a top priority or something rigorously enforced. And it was especially not a priority for Kathy, who actively resisted any attempts to tame her inherent wild nature and spirit indoors, with patiently appointed tutors, or frustratingly tedious lessons in proper comportment. Why on earth, she seemed to question with her very being, would she possibly need to learn to do dainty embroidery, when she could be outside right now attempting to conquer a challenging muddy hillside, her lungs burning with the effort, the wind whipping her hair? An entirely valid question, you might think, sitting there in your modern world perspective. Hindley, Because he was the boy, the male heir was slightly more subject to the explicit expectations laid out by Mr. Earnshaw even then. Although she clarifies he was still generally given significant latitude to roam free in the surrounding world like his sister. He likely already felt, even subconsciously, the significant future weight of running the entire estate pressing down upon him. A substantial burden he was perhaps fundamentally and emotionally ill-equipped to handle successfully. Nellie Dean, acting as both an attentive observer and an embedded participant in their lives, watched these core personalities form, crystallize, and clash. She saw the very roots of significant future conflict, the nascent forces of turmoil already taking subtle hold, even in the everyday childhood spats, squabbles, and sibling rivalries that characterize any family home, amplified here by the isolation and the raw environment. She was the intensely practical, grounded presence within their world, perpetually attempting to instill some measure of basic order and civility into the often chaotic household. Mending clothes worn thin by their wild outdoor adventures, fetching water from the well, doling out basic sustenance at mealtimes, constantly witnessing the fundamental, powerful, and often turbulent forces silently operating within the volatile family unit. You get the strong sense that Nellie Dean was much less a detached, objective narrator, simply recording facts and events from a safe distance, and far more a full-time cohabitant, a deep-seated participant navigating the powerful moods and the unpredictable dynamics of this unusual family, quite literally from the very center of their emotional world. Historians, Nellie reminds you, perhaps subconsciously, with her perspective, still genuinely argue today whether personal accounts from the servant class of this period, like the fictional Nellie Dean's narrative you are hearing, offer truly objective, unfiltered insights into the lives of the gentry families they served, or if those accounts are inherently colored by their own distinct social positioning, their personal biases, conscious or otherwise, and the undeniably complex, multi-layered relationship dynamics they had developed over years or decades with their often challenging employers. Nellie certainly has her very clear, often strongly held opinions about the characters and their actions, and she isn't exactly shy, even after all these years, about sharing those opinions. Particularly you notice when it comes to passing definitive judgment of character. Old Mr. Earnshaw's parenting style, as described patiently by Nellie Dean, seems to have leaned predominantly towards a kind of benevolent neglect, punctuated sporadically by moments of gruff, understated affection, or sharp, stern vocal correction when pushed too far. He clearly doted on Kathy in his own particular, perhaps unexpressed way, seeming often genuinely amused by her fiercely independent, wild spirit, even if he never actively or successfully attempted to curb that unbridled wildness in any meaningful sense. Hindley, occupying the traditional position of the male heir, was likely viewed more through the lens of future expectations, destined responsibility, and the burden of inheriting the estate, perhaps receiving less overt, easy affection than his sister. They lived in those years within a deliberately contained, self-defined world, fundamentally bounded and defined by the raw expanse of the surrounding moors and the thick stone walls of the house itself. A world where the literal physical storms raging intensely outside the walls could and often did seem to find a dark mirrored echo in the emotional tempests constantly brewing, building, and breaking inside the household. There was sense, as Nellie speaks, a raw energy, a fundamental, almost primal connection to life at Wuthering Heights, tied inextricably to the harsh land it sprung from. It perhaps lacked any superficial polish, any conventional prettiness, any refined charm, but it definitely possessed a kind of fundamental truth, however harsh and difficult that truth often was. You could almost smell it as she talks, the biting scent of the peat smoke rising from the fireplace hearth, clinging to everything, the heavy damp smell of wet wool clothes slowly drying. the unique, deeply earthy, almost primal scent of the moorland itself seeming to perpetually seep into every corner of the house, every memory, every breath. So this is the fundamental scene, the living portrait that Nellie Dean meticulously paints for you. Wuthering Heights, standing alone and exposed, inhabited in those defining years by Mr. Earnshaw himself, his two distinct children, the already becoming sullen Hindley, weighed down by unspoken future, and the utterly irrepressible force of nature, Kathy, along with the perpetually grumpy fire and brimstone presence of old Joseph and the young Nellie, her existence part of the domestic background, but her eyes keenly watching absolutely everything. It's a raw world defined by the immense overwhelming power of nature, both external and internal. It is rough. It is ready. It is hard. A world fundamentally before any external element, any new unforeseen catalyst arrived to disrupt its established internal equilibrium completely and irreversibly. A place filled to the brim with raw, untamed energy perched precariously unbeknownst to its inhabitants right on the very edge of a significant, life-altering change. Unknowing of the far greater storm that was rapidly gathering not dimly on the distant horizon, but much, much closer to home. You might, hearing this early picture, feel a strange sense of almost calm. An odd temporary peace within this raw, rugged picture *, before *, the genuine trouble truly starts. The fundamental disruption occurs. Like the still silent atmospheric pressure you sense just before a genuine meteorological disaster unleashes itself. Enjoy it while you can. Nellie's tone subtly suggests because the entirely unexpected arrival of one small, nameless, fundamentally external boy is about to crack this already fragile family dynamic wide open. It is about to unleash upon this quiet corner of the world a chain of intense, destructive, life-shattering events that will relentlessly haunt the moors and the inhabitants of these two houses for generations to come. And Nellie Dean, you realize, was standing right there, an innocent, attentive witness to the very moment of his sudden disruptive entrance. Like watching the very first frame, the defining opening scene of an incredibly dark, unavoidable film you know is about to unfold. Nellie pauses in her recounting. Perhaps takes a slightly deeper breath, steeling herself. She has reached the turning point. She indicates the crucial disruptive moment. The instance when a stray piece, an entirely unexpected outside element, was dramatically introduced into the tightly woven fabric of the Earnshaw family puzzle. And like a rough foreign object forced into delicate clockwork, it completely jammed up all the works. She describes old Mr. Earnshaw's return from a trip to the port city of Liverpool. This wasn't just any ordinary everyday business trip or journey. You quickly gather that this was the kind of consequential trip where, along with potentially picking up some trinkets or duty-free items for the folks back home, you somehow accidentally and irrevocably acquire a child. Mr. Earnshaw, when he set out, had explicitly planned to bring back conventional presents gifts meant for his children back at Wuthering Heights. Perhaps a small fiddle or something practical for Hindley the boy. And certainly something nice, something suitably conventional for Kathy, his daughter. Maybe a pretty doll, or bright ribbons for her hair. Something that befitted a young girl, at least in concept. But when he returned, Nellie recounts clutching something hidden close to his chest. He brought back a boy. A foundling boy, apparently. Found alone, dirty, dressed in rags, clearly having been starving and completely homeless on the harsh, impersonal streets of Liverpool. Nellie recalls him speaking a language nobody present immediately understood. Or, she muses, maybe he understood and spoke English just fine, but simply chose not to grace them with it, initially playing it cool, utterly traumatized, or defiantly silent in the face of his circumstances. Regardless, he was clearly a street child. A product of the unforgiving urban underbelly brought suddenly into the wild, rural isolation. Mr. Earnshaw, despite his outward gruffness and stern demeanor, must have possessed a kernel of genuine compassion deep within him. He saw the plight of the boy, took pity on him, and made the deeply unconventional, impactful decision to simply bring him back to Wuthering Heights. Bring him home, as he apparently put it, to his astonished family, to live with them, and to be treated henceforth as if he were one of their very own children. Nellie vividly recalls the scene. The children, Hindley and young Kathy, gathered eagerly, full of anticipation, literally scrambling over each other to welcome their father back and claim their promised toys, their hoped-for presents. Only for their father, Mr. Earnshaw, to instead dramatically produce this grim, silent, undeniably grubby waif from under his coat, announcing his life-altering intention. You can practically see the sudden crushing disappointment fall over the children's faces as Nellie speaks. Instead of the promised shiny new toys, instead of symbols of affection and normalcy, they had unexpectedly received a surprise unknown sibling they absolutely did not order. As Nellie's narration paints it, it feels almost comically disruptive. Like eagerly ordering a fancy, expensive espresso machine online that you've long desired, only to open the package delivered to your door and discover a dusty, somewhat sinister-looking garden gnome nestled amongst the packing peanuts instead. Utterly unexpected. Utterly unwanted. This boy, this unexpected nameless arrival, was eventually given a name, Heathcliff. Nellie mentions that Mr. Earnshaw initially seems to have pulled the name Heathcliff almost out of nowhere, as the boy apparently had no other known name, perhaps not even a given Christian name. His new father just sort of invented one. Or perhaps it was a word he heard and inexplicably assigned to the boy who felt tied to the rugged landscape. It's later explained casually that Heathcliff isn't a typical proper Christian first name of the period. It's more a kind of locational descriptor composed of heath, an open, uncultivated area like the moors, and cliff, a steep rock face. This deeply unusual naming convention for a human being immediately underscores, Nellie notes, the boy's profound connection, from the very moment of his adoption, to the rugged, untamed landscape he has been brought into. He feels right from the start more like a wild creature, a raw entity belonging to the moors themselves, than he does a conventional person fitted neatly into society. From the very instant he walks over the threshold of Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff is perceived as an anomaly, an outsider in every possible sense, dark-skinned, implying a possible foreign or Roma origin, which would immediately have marked him as deeply other in this period and place. Of completely uncertain origin, dirty, silent, and completely unwanted by most. Nellie herself recalls the immediate palpable resistance to him. Mrs. Earnshaw, who was still alive for a short time then, was not exactly thrilled about the prospect of permanently housing a dirty, unvetted stray. And Nellie herself, as a servant who had to care for the children and the house, certainly wasn't eager either. Hindley, already cautious and sullen by nature, immediately conceived a burning hatred and intense despise for this newcomer, seeing him not just as an unwelcome intrusion, but as a direct, tangible usurper of attention, affection, and privilege within the household, taking the dwindling emotional resources of their aging father. Old Joseph, the relentlessly puritanical servant, grumbled constantly, his pronouncements echoing through the house about the boy's possibly dubious parentage, his unknown origins, and his definitive, horrifying lack of a proper Christian baptism. It was sense acutely a profoundly hard entry into what was already a profoundly hard home. But amidst the strong currents of resistance, outright dislike, and vocal disapproval that met Heathcliff's arrival, one single person reacted differently, unconventionally, unexpectedly. Kathy, young Kathy Earnshaw, the wild, undisciplined, fiercely unconventional daughter of the house. She did not recoil from the dirty, silent alien boy. Something fundamental in their shared wildness, Perhaps their inherent disregard for polite conventional norms, their mutual sense of being untamed by the rules of the settled world, immediately forged an intense, almost instantaneous connection between them. Maybe it was that they were both in the eyes of those who sought to control or civilize them, little heathen spirits fundamentally unfettered by societal chains. Or perhaps more simply and powerfully, it was just the sheer sudden mutual recognition of two completely kindred spirits, fundamentally lost and out of place in a world that didn't quite know what on earth to do with either of them. Whatever the mysterious, profound root cause, they clicked, they fused, almost immediately. You can imagine it. Nellie's narrative painting the picture, with broad strokes. Two small children, one native to the land, one raw from the streets, rapidly becoming inseparable. Exploring the farm together, scrambling over the rough stone fences that marked boundaries, daring each other into increasing levels of mischief and minor rebellion, constantly gravitating towards being away from the disapproving eyes of the increasingly hostile Hindley and the perpetually condemnatory Joseph. They became almost overnight, it seems, completely inseparable. Their shared existence found its primary outlet outside the oppressive walls of the house, running off together onto the vast, empty, elemental moors. Their laughter, or sometimes perhaps their shared defiant yells, echoing surprisingly across the silent land. Their developing bond was not gentle. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't conventionally tender or easily sentimentalized. It was something else entirely. It was fierce, profoundly possessive, absolute. They seemed even at that remarkably young age to understand each other on a deep, almost unspoken level that absolutely nobody else around them would possibly penetrate or truly grasp. They were from that moment forward partners in crime. Soulmates, yes. Even at that shockingly young age, bonded against the world, facing the rising tides of disapproval and the practical hardships of their lives together from their shared defiant perch at the wild, raw edge of the moors. You get the powerful sense, as Nellie tells it, that for Heathcliff, having possessed nothing and nobody before arriving suddenly at Wuthering Heights, Cathy became his entire world, his anchor, his reason. And for Cathy, already utterly used to having complete free reign of the property and her own will, perhaps instinctively needing a co-conspirator for maximum satisfying mayhem, Heathcliff was the perfect, unquestioning, equally wild companion. Their adventures out on the moors, away from the confines of the house and the rules of society, are frequently depicted by Nellie, and recalled in young Catherine Earnshaw's later journals, you found as profound acts of escape from the stricter, harder, emotionally colder life that awaited them inside Wuthering Heights. Barefoot runs through the scratchy heather, scrambling agilely over sharp, wind-hewn rocks, lying together in quiet companionship on the rough moorland grass side by side, watching the relentless, dramatic motion of the clouds overhead. This potent shared physical freedom perfectly mirrored their shared spiritual and emotional liberty, the absolute freedom they experienced only when they were together. Together out there, they were fundamentally unburdened by societal expectations, or even by the increasing disapproval back at the house. This deep defining connection, this utter fusion of spirits, of course, only served to intensely amplify Hindley's simmering dislike and later outright hatred for Heathcliff. As the rightful acknowledged heir to Wuthering Heights, the male descendant meant to carry on the Earnshaw line, and Fortune Hindley viewed this penniless orphan boy thrust unexpectedly into their household not merely as an intrusion, a personal annoyance, but as a direct, dangerous threat, as someone stealing what Hindley perceived as rightfully his, the dwindling affection and attention of their aging father. Someone constantly getting away with breaking rules that Cathy often audaciously egged him into breaking. Rules Nellie points out that Hindley, as the legitimate son, knew he himself would likely eventually be held strictly accountable for upholding or breaking. A quirky, perhaps telling tidbit Nellie might offer here about names you reflect. The practice of giving individuals unique, sometimes practically invented names, or even repurposing last names or locational descriptors as first names, while perhaps odd from a distance, wasn't entirely unheard of in more isolated rural communities of the time. But explicitly naming a child, Heathcliff derived quite directly from geographical features like a heath and a cliff, is certainly deeply unusual. It feels almost symbolic, emphasizing from his very naming his raw, inseparable connection to the rugged, untamed landscape, where he found both refuge and a place for a time to belong, alongside Cathy. He feels more like a raw creature sprung from the moors themselves than a conventional, baptized, settled person right from the moment he is given that name. Mr. Earnshaw himself, perhaps increasingly blinded by his initial spontaneous act of unexpected charity in bringing Heathcliff home, or maybe simply growing frail and predictably more cantankerous, prone to odd fixations in his old age, seemed infuriatingly, from Hindley's perspective, to distinctly favor Heathcliff as time relentlessly went on. He seemed particularly irritated by Hindley's consistent, often harsh and cruel treatment of the boy, and frequently and openly sided with Heathcliff in the inevitable daily disputes that arose, much to Hindley's rapidly growing bitter resentment. This pattern established a powerful, destructive, and inescapable dynamic within the small household. Hindley cultivated an intense hatred for Heathcliff, directly fueled by this perceived favoritism, and Heathcliff in turn likely silently absorbed this deep-seated hatred, internalizing it, nursing it. And crucially, he learned to rely heavily, even desperately, on old Mr. Earnshaw's protection and the shelter the old man provided against Hindley's increasing animosity. And he relied with a dependence that quickly became absolute and consuming on his developing, all-defining attachment to Cathy. Cathy herself, naturally wild, incredibly strong-willed, and perhaps already instinctively wielding an almost unconscious, irresistible power over the emotions and actions of the people around her, further cemented her unique bond with Heathcliff, while largely dismissing Hindley, her elder brother, as merely an annoying, rather pathetic nuisance to be tolerated or avoided. You can imagine the tension that must have hummed in the air during mealtimes. The charged, potent silences. The fundamental sibling rivalry present in any family, which had now been dangerously amplified, transmuted into something potentially volatile, profoundly unsettling, and incredibly destructive, all by the seemingly innocent, benevolent introduction of an outsider. Their young lives began to diverge subtly, even within the confines of the household structure. Hindley, because he was the eldest son and male heir, predictably received more formal attention efforts towards his education and preparation for his future role. Though Nellie notes, he accepted this education reluctantly, almost begrudgingly. Cathy, on the other hand, with her characteristic resistance to confinement, largely evaded or openly defied any formal lessons she found dull or tedious. She simply preferred utterly and without question to be with Heathcliff outdoors, engaged in their own shared world of imagination and adventure. A piece of broader mainstream historical context is often relevant to understanding families, particularly gentry families in this turbulent period. The system of primogeniture. This was the deeply ingrained social and legal structure where the eldest son automatically inherited the bulk, often all, of a family's property, wealth, and status. This profoundly shaped family dynamics, determined expectations, and fueled jealousies. Hindley, as the firstborn male, automatically held a fundamental position of power and future responsibility that Heathcliff, as a penniless adopted ward, could simply never hope to achieve through any conventional societal means. This created an inherent, unresolvable class tension woven into the very fabric of their relationship right from the start. It's a core conflict that underpins so much of what follows in this story. As Mr. Earnshaw grew older, his health, already somewhat frail, inevitably failed further. And perhaps alongside his physical decline, his judgment, as Nellie hinted earlier, became more erratic, his fixations intensifying. He stubbornly continued to favor Heathcliff, treating the boy with a kindness, a protectiveness that only relentlessly fueled Hindley's simmering, deep-seated hatred into something truly toxic and all-consuming. Heathcliff's crucial dependence, his sheer emotional and physical reliance on both Cathy's unwavering companionship and old Mr. Earnshaw's shielding protection from Hindley, solidified and became absolute. Nellie Dean, a young woman by now, observed all of this unfolding drama from her unique position. She was often physically caught right in the uncomfortable middle, a trusted servant privy intimately to the inner workings, the hidden cruelties, the desperate attachments developing within this strange, isolated household. She genuinely cared for the children, especially for Cathy, whom she helped raise from infancy. But she was also bound absolutely by her position, her duty, her lack of real social agency in the wider world beyond these two houses. She saw the truly extraordinary nature of Cathy and Heathcliff's unique bond. Perhaps she marveled silently at its sheer intensity, its raw power, even as she sometimes disapproved openly, trying to curb their combined wildness, their utter defiance of norms, their refusal to be tamed by any hand other than perhaps each other's. And this bond, this singular fierce connection, this apparent complete merging, she describes it, of their fundamental identities, their raw spirits forged in the stark, beautiful, and brutal crucible of their shared, isolated experience and their joint status as outsiders in various ways to the settled conventional world. This bond, she impresses upon you, is the absolute, unwavering foundation of everything that follows. The bedrock of the coming tragedy. They weren't just passing friends. They weren't merely adopted siblings sharing a roof out of convenience. Nellie makes it explicitly clear. They were in essence two raw, untamable halves of a single entity, fiercely fused together, inseparable, tempered in the fires of shared experience and outsider status. Nellie tells you that at this formative stage, despite the undeniable roughness of their upbringing, despite the increasing tension and oppressive negative atmosphere simmering within the stone walls of Wuthering Heights, due to Hindley and Joseph, Cathy and Heathcliff, genuinely found their deepest solace, their most intense joy, and their truest sense of belonging, each other. Only in each other. They were, for that period, Nellie recounts, the undisputed king and queen of their singular moorland domain. Invincible together. Unbreakable as long as they were side by side. Nellie must have watched them during those fleeting years of wild, pure, shared connection with a complex, turbulent mixture of admiration for their unadulterated freedom, profound exasperation at their defiance of rules, and perhaps underlying it all, a faint creeping sense of inevitable dread, a quiet certain knowledge that such intensity, such powerful, untethered, utterly unrestrained emotion, such a fundamental defiant connection forged outside the boundaries of accepted society. It simply could not possibly remain simple or contained or harmless forever. And of course, she was absolutely right. This initial, almost mythical wild idyll wouldn't possibly last. Their small, self-contained kingdom on the moors was about to be decisively invaded. Invaded by forces entirely external to their fiercely shared world. Forces of settled society. Forces of stark class division. Forces of stifling conventional expectations. Forces that would inevitably profoundly challenge the very core, the very unbreakable substance of their absolute connection to each other. You might, hearing Nellie describe this cusp, start to feel that familiar literary tension build in your own chest, a quiet, sinking dread, knowing intuitively that this level of pure, unchecked, raw passion, this intensity of fundamental human connection, it's usually not a happy ending. It's a potent warning sign flashing brightly, signaling incoming drama, impending disaster, likely involving a significant amount of emotional wreckage, undoubtedly featuring lots of loud, dramatic yelling, and profound, regrettable pronouncements made in the heat of the moment. The stage is set. You've seen them through Nellie Dean's memory. Two wild creatures, almost feral in the fierce, untamed bond they shared out on the raw moors. Nellie consistently describes them this way, perpetually side by side, instinctively facing down the disapproving world together, a world that increasingly included Hindley Earnshaw's raw, potent animosity and growing resentment towards them. As they grow a little older, now entering their early teens, their shared defiance becomes bolder, less childish mischief, and more conscious adolescent rebellion. Hindley, tragically, since his father, old Mr. Earnshaw's death, is now definitively the master of Wuthering Heights, and as implicitly promised by his long-standing animosity and resentment towards Heathcliff, he sets about making Heathcliff's life an utter misery, a systematic, deliberate hell. Hindley ruthlessly reduces Heathcliff's status within the household from that of a favored ward to simply that of a common farmhand. He purposefully denies Heathcliff any formal education, preventing him from gaining the skills and polish that might allow him to rise above his station. He makes him work in the fields dressed in rags, subject to menial, grueling labor. Hindley undoubtedly hopes through this deliberate degradation and hardship to physically and spiritually squash the very spirit that his own father had, bafflingly to Hindley, seemed to genuinely admire in Heathcliff. And perhaps even more spitefully, he aims to definitively sever or at least squash the deep, wild bond that Cathy still infuriatingly held so undeniably dear with this low boy. But of course, predictably tragically, this harsh, constant, and deliberate mistreatment doesn't break their bond. It only reinforces Cathy and Heathcliff's profound loyalty to each other. It solidifies their shared identity as the persecuted, the rebels bound together against their increasingly cruel oppressor Hindley. They face his tyranny together, strengthening their us-against-the-world mentality. One pivotal Sunday evening, seeking an escape from the undeniably oppressive, toxic atmosphere that permeates Wuthering Heights under Hindley's resentful rule, and maybe simply craving a bit of typically adolescent, possibly harmless. But this is asterisk Wuthering Heights asterisk. So probably not asterisk that asterisk harmless mischief. Cathy and Heathcliff make a daring decision. They decide to venture down into the sheltered low valley where Thrushcross Grange stands. The Grange. This, Nellie explains, is the other house on the landscape. The big house. The undeniably fancy house down in the tranquil valley. This is the home of the entirely different Linton family, consisting at this point of the elder Mr. and Mrs. Linton and their two notably more genteel children, Edgar and Isabella Linton. Thrushcross Grange represents everything Wuthering Heights fundamentally is asterisk, not asterisk. It is described as refined. It is undoubtedly wealthy. It is meticulously orderly. It is quiet. It is undeniably polite, almost to a fault. Imagine for a moment turning up unexpectedly unannounced on the manicured lawns of Buckingham Palace while wearing your dirtiest, muddiest hiking boots after a long trek through a peat bog. That Nellie implies through her description is precisely the level of profound, jarring contrast Cathy and Heathcliff represent when they approach the Grange from the harsh high moors. Cathy and Heathcliff acting on impulsive adolescent curiosity, and perhaps fueled by a potent shared dash of scorn for the inhabitants of this supposedly better world, sneak onto the carefully maintained grounds of the Grange under the cover of dusk. They peer cautiously, secretively through one of the brightly lit drawing room windows, eager for a glimpse into this alien world. And what they see, it's something utterly foreign, completely alien, almost ridiculously unbelievable to their wild, harsh experience of the world. They witness two perfectly well-dressed, apparently genteel children, Edgar and Isabella Linton themselves, seemingly engaged in what looks like an incredibly dramatic, almost theatrical fight. Over a small, fluffy little dog, imagine that Kathy and Heathcliff think. Having such a dramatic, loud quarrel over such a seemingly trivial thing as a pampered lapdog. Their perception is instant. To them, eavesdropping from the dark, wet, rain-lashed garden outside, pressing their faces to the cold glass. The scene inside the warm, well-lit room appears utterly pathetic, and frankly profoundly ridiculous. They can't help themselves. Despite the danger, they break into uncontrolled laughter, stifled snickers, echoing faintly in the quiet garden. It's an alien, overly sensitive display of emotion and drama compared to the constant rough and tumble, and often genuinely cruel or intensely painful life they know implicitly within the walls of Wuthering Heights or out on the raw moors. This is their very first real, unmediated glimpse into the undeniably cushioned, soft, privileged existence of the upper classes. And their immediate, raw, unadulterated reaction is pure shared contempt and genuine, scornful amusement. You can almost hear their wild snickers from outside the polite walls. It feels Nelly notes with a touch of dark humor, like precisely the feeling you get as an adult when you see someone making an incredibly huge theatrical deal out of spilling a single drop of coffee on their pristine shirt. Right after you have just literally survived a wild stampede of frantic shoppers battling each other for the last discounted pizza slices on sale. Different worlds, completely different levels of perceived hardship and emotional intensity. But their scoffing, their suppressed, shared laughter quickly gets them into precisely the kind of trouble you expected from a scenario like this. Their hidden amusement, however stifled, gives them away. The Lintons' watchful servants, quickly alerted by the sudden unusual commotion outside the drawing room window, and quite possibly by the suddenly intensified high-pitched yapping of the pampered little dog who was the subject of the dispute, come running. The Grange, too, has its defenses. A rather vicious bulldog whose job it presumably is to guard the property, or maybe he simply performs his guard dog duties with a bit too much enthusiastic zeal, is set loose upon the trespassers. In the ensuing chaos that erupts in the dark garden, Kathy, moving fast as she does, is caught. She is bitten badly on the ankle by the bulldog, sustaining a genuinely painful injury. Heathcliff, ever loyal, ever the constant companion and protector in their shared world, instinctively stays right by her side, refusing to abandon her, even as alarmed servants converge upon the scene from the Grange. The Lintons themselves, upon discovering children trespassing on their carefully guarded grounds, children whom horrifyingly their dog has just bitten and injured, react in a way that starkly highlights the undeniable rigid class divide of their time and place. When they see Kathy dirty and bruised, ragged in her clothes from the heights, but still clearly recognizable, she is, after all, Mr. Earnshaw's daughter, however rough she appears. They treat her with a certain degree of concern, with a touch of duty, bound by the fact her father is a neighboring, if rougher, landowner. But when their eyes fall upon Heathcliff, who is visibly even darker in complexion than Kathy, who was likely merely weather-beaten from the moors, while Heathcliff bore the markers of his ambiguous parentage, covered in dirt from his fall in the garden and his general life at the neglected heights, even more poorly dressed than Kathy was allowed to become. The reaction is immediate, instinctual, and damning. They instantly label him. He's called a gypsy, a common, deeply prejudiced term of the era, for people of ambiguous, often marginalized or perceived non-English background, frequently carrying connotations of criminality. He's called a villain, an undesirable, contaminating presence. He's seen not as a child caught in an accident, but as a harmful influence. They make a clear choice. They bring Kathy inside the warmth, the light, and the perceived safety of the Grange, intending to provide aid for her injured ankle and shelter from the storm. But they simultaneously and deliberately drive Heathcliff off their property out of the garden back into the stormy darkness and the cold. They accuse him of being the leader, of leading Kathy, the seemingly more respectable Earnshaw daughter, astray, bringing her onto their private property for malicious intent. He is forcibly separated from Kathy. He is driven alone back into the bitter storm he came from, leaving Kathy injured inside the walls of the house belonging to the very people she and Heathcliff had moments before been openly, scornfully ridiculing. This enforced separation, brought about by both physical injury and the instantaneous, sharp enforcement of deeply ingrained class prejudice, is utterly devastating for both of them. It is a stark, brutal lesson in the societal walls that exist beyond the freedom of the moors. Kathy's bitten ankle takes a while to heal properly as bone and tissue mend. She ends up staying at Thrushcross Grange for what feels like a very long time to a wild, untamed spirit used to absolute freedom. 5 weeks, perhaps even 6. This extended enforced residence within the walls of Thrushcross Grange acts like a sort of accidental societal boot camp for young Kathy. Living full-time with the Lintons, Mr. and Mrs. Linton, and the consistently delicate Edgar and Isabella exposes her completely, utterly to a vastly different way of life, a completely alien world. She begins to observe their meticulous manners. She learns their expectations. She absorbs their ingrained absolute ideas of what a young lady from a respectable or striving to be respectable family should be, and critically, how she should behave. Isabella and Edgar, the Linton children, are portrayed by Nellie's recounting as physically and emotionally more fragile than the rough Earnshaws. They are presented as highly refined, prone, as you witnessed briefly through the window, to rather frequent fainting spells and theatrical emotional outbursts that seem profoundly histrionic, performative, even compared to the starker, often silent stoicism that characterizes life and suffering at Wuthering Heights. At the Grange, children like Edgar and Isabella have dedicated tutors, not outdoor escapades. They wear fine, restrictive clothes. They read many books, and their primary concerns revolve around strictly adhering to and maintaining proper societal etiquette at all times. You can vividly imagine the Lintons' dedicated, likely exhausting attempts to civilize Kathy during her enforced convalescence. Maybe gently, or maybe more insistently, coaxing her into wearing actual confining formal shoes for the first time, perhaps, instead of her usual preferred bare feet or worn clogs. Showing her painstakingly how to sit still in a chair without fidgeting, how to converse quietly, using accepted polite phrases, how to manage cutlery correctly during elegant meals. Here's a mainstream historical fact relevant here. For young women, specifically from the upper and aspiring gentry classes in this particular period of English history, a genuinely key focus of their education wasn't necessarily academic rigor, but acquiring socially desirable accomplishments. These included skills deemed necessary for securing a good marriage and occupying a respected position in society. Things like competently playing a musical instrument, the piano or harp, typically being able to sing pleasantly skilled, drawing delicate embroidery work, and possibly acquiring proficiency in a foreign language like French. These weren't simply casual hobbies for young ladies. They were fundamental markers of both gentility and desirability on the very crucial, often competitive marriage market. Kathy, you see her resisting the patient instruction in delicate embroidery, finding it tedious beyond belief, but perhaps grudgingly, intelligently beginning to absorb and master the essential rules of table manners, polite conversation, and acceptable comportment. She starts to perhaps unconsciously absorb the values, the expectations, the outward appearance of this completely different world. During her protracted stay within the polite, warm walls of Thrushcross Grange, Kathy, although Nellie assures you she still deeply yearned for the wild, boundless freedom of the moors, and profoundly missed her absolute connection with Heathcliff, begins to undeniably see the distinct appeal of this polished, seemingly ordered, civilized existence. The sheer consistent physical warmth of the house, the unquestionable, predictable comfort it offered, the pervasive sense of safety and respectability that clearly came effortlessly with simply being one of the Lintons, or at least being referred to consistently and gently as Miss Linton, as the family eventually starts to do, perhaps as a means of gently erasing her origins at the rougher, less esteemed heights. This utterly new form of attention, this unexpected source of validation and approval from people who value composure and gentleness, stands in incredibly sharp contrast to the perpetual roughness, the lack of any comfort, the growing sense of indignity she increasingly experienced back at Wuthering Heights under the escalating cruelty of Hindley's rule, especially after their father's death when his neglect of the house itself began. At the Grange, she is bathed regularly, perhaps for the first time, experiencing true cleanliness beyond necessity, dressed in unfamiliar fine clean clothes, and crucially praised. Praised not for her wildness or defiance, but praised explicitly for showing the first signs, the successful markers of adopting polite, acceptable, Linton-esque behavior. It is an entirely new form of validation, one she hadn't actively sought out, or perhaps even known existed for someone like her, but one she quickly, inevitably begins to find intoxicating. It's a seductive polish applied to her rough edges. When Kathy finally returns to Wuthering Heights, it is explicitly timed for the festive season Christmas. After her lengthy, transformative stay down in the valley, her transformation is profoundly evident. Nellie describes it starkly. She arrives back at her childhood home not as the mud-caked wild sprite who fell into a thorn bush and got bitten by a dog months ago. She returns looking and acting outwardly at least the distinct part of a young lady, albeit one who still carries a spark of her former wildness just beneath the surface. Imagine the scene as she greets the enduring, entrenched inhabitants of Wuthering Heights after her extended absence. Her notoriously shabby, emotionally colder childhood home. Her explicitly hostile, now undisputed master-brother Hindley. And her silently adoring waiting soulmate Heathcliff, who has spent these agonizing weeks without her likely enduring renewed torment from Hindley, and missing her constant life-giving companionship more fiercely and completely than mere words could possibly articulate. She must have addressed them in a carefully modulated, gently polite voice, speaking perhaps using some of the more formal, precise manners she meticulously learned during her time among the Lintons. The contrast, Nellie notes, must have been profoundly jarring for those who remained unchanged, steeped in the perpetual bleakness of the heights. It feels, the narrator suggests, like the surprising, slightly disappointing moment when you witness a favorite raw indie band who used to play with fierce, unpolished energy suddenly reappear on stage, years later, having transformed unexpectedly into a meticulously produced, blandly polished pop act. Heathcliff is there, of course. Nellie remembers him perhaps watching from the darker shadows of the hall, having suffered through those isolating, agonizing weeks, without her constant presence, likely subjected to Hindley's amplified cruelty in her absence. He sees her emerge from the arriving carriage, not the wild, untamed, inseparable companion he lost to injury, but a girl outwardly, at least, strikingly changed. A miss now. Clearly influenced, profoundly altered by her long immersion in the gentle, civilized, proper world of the Lintons, and her very first recounted reaction upon specifically seeing Heathcliff standing there waiting for her, watching her transformation. It is, Nellie implies, perhaps the single cruelest cut of all for him. Nellie sadly recounts that one of the very first things Kathy does upon returning to Wuthering Heights is comment directly upon Heathcliff's obvious dirtiness, his perpetual dishevelment, his rough appearance. It's possible, Nellie reflects, that Kathy doesn't even intend it maliciously. Perhaps it's simply a comment born of her newly acquired, still unfamiliar notions of required propriety, of how people should look learn during her immersion in the refined, fastidiously clean world of Thrushcross Grange. But to Heathcliff, who has silently endured so much, whose entire sense of worth has always been tied up in their exclusive bond, this is an absolute, brutal, unmistakable rejection. It feels to him like undeniable proof that her time spent dwelling in the supposedly superior world of the Grange has successfully, irrevocably elevated her far above him. It has, he interprets with agonizing pain, made her finally see him as so many others in that world, including his cruel oppressor Hindley, clearly see him, as low, as rough, as inherently undesirable. His worst, deepest, most hidden fears, the narrator implies, fears tragically solidified over years by Hindley Earnshaw's deliberate, systematic degradation, seem to be devastatingly confirmed in this agonizing moment, and tragically confirmed by the person he loves more intensely than anything else in the entire world. The fierce, wild, untamed connection that they previously shared, that defining world-excluding bond. It now feels visibly strained, profoundly threatened, potentially fractured beyond repair, all by the crushing weight of newly recognized social distinctions. It's like discovering your closest, most loyal childhood best friend from your rough, working-class block suddenly decides, after attending a new fancy school, that they only ever want to hang out exclusively with people from the incredibly posh neighborhood down the street. And then, adding devastating insult to injury, they casually, unthinkingly start critiquing the condition of your worn, familiar tracksuit you thought was perfectly acceptable until then. It stings. Profoundly. And that pain you sense is a seed planting itself in Heathcliff. Nellie Dean sadly, perhaps fatalistically, witnesses this deeply painful, critically important reunion. She sees Cathy visibly torn, oscillating awkwardly between her fundamental innate wild nature, rooted so deeply in the moors, and this potent new, undeniably appealing attraction she feels towards the entirely different world that the Linton family represents. She sees Heathcliff outwardly stoic, but clearly silently wounded, absorbing every micro-expression, every carefully modulated word, observing the undeniable, heartbreaking shift in Cathy's affections, and rapidly developing social priorities. His own brutal degradation under Hindley's increasingly worse tyranny, inflicted during those very weeks Cathy was away transforming, only serves to make the contrast between his state and her seemingly elevated status even more stark, even more bitter for him to bear. To add calculated, devastating humiliation, Hindley even pointedly prevents Heathcliff from joining the family and Nellie for the Christmas dinner celebrating Cathy's return to the household. He is explicitly forced to eat alone in the servants' quarters, a deliberate, cruel act of intended humiliation designed precisely to widen the already painful social and physical gulf between Heathcliff and the remnants of the family. And perhaps most agonizingly for Heathcliff, the gulf between him and Cathy, who is now treated visibly differently, accepted by Hindley in her newfound respectability. This calculated act relentlessly reinforces the harsh, real societal barriers, the seemingly insurmountable class distinctions that Cathy, through her choices and her transformation, is now appearing to not just accept, but potentially even embrace. Historians, as you listen, might still actively argue the nuances of class distinction in 19th century rural England. Was it truly an entirely rigid, impermeable barrier that prevented any movement or change? Or was there perhaps slightly more fluidity, slightly more social mobility than the deliberately strict, unforgiving depictions often found in deeply philosophical and societal novels like Wuthering Heights? Might suggest, whatever the broader historical reality it is, crystal clear from Nellie Dean's narrative that within the world of this story class distinction acts as a powerful, active, undeniable force relentlessly driving much of the fundamental conflict, much of the pain, and dictating critical choices. Here it is presented as a stark wall, a thick, impenetrable barrier starting to inexorably grow and divide two people who in their younger, wilder moments on the free moors truly believed they were fundamentally impervious to such external pressures, that their connection was simply beyond the reach of man-made rules. This specific period marks a profound, undeniable change, a tipping point. Kathy now undeniably knows from personal experience that there is another world beyond the confined existence of the moors and the rough reality of Wuthering Heights. A world filled with material comfort defined by undeniable social status, perceived respectability, and physical ease. She sees Edgar Linton, who despite their initial seemingly petty drawing room drama over a dog, proves to be outwardly handsome, gentle, consistently kind in his manners, possesses undeniable wealth, and is utterly profoundly captivated by this wild, strange girl from the Heights, who is slowly, hesitantly beginning to don a veneer of acquired civility. Edgar, unlike Heathcliff, is now undeniably courting her. He is presented not as an equal wild spirit, her natural unpolished mirror image in muddy clothes. He is presented as a suitable, desirable young gentleman, a man of property, a man who exists wholly within the polite accepted boundaries of society. Heathcliff, meanwhile, is consciously and deliberately being pushed down the social ladder, reduced, made by Hindley's tyranny to feel and appear even rougher, even lower, solidifying in his own raw mind the agonizing, inescapable conviction that he can never offer Kathy Earnshaw the kind of comfortable, accepted, refined life she is now clearly being shown is clearly experiencing the pull of down at Thrushcross Grange. He cannot compete in Edgar Linton's world using Edgar's currency of civility and status. The very deep foundations of their previously unique world unto themselves bond are visibly, audibly beginning to crumbling under the unrelenting external pressure of societal expectations, and tragically crumbling under the undeniable force of Kathy's own nascent desires for something that exists fundamentally beyond their wild, self-contained world, forged on the moor. And Nellie Dean is right there. She watches all of this unfold with a complex, sorrowful mixture of sympathy for the suffering youth, intense exasperation at their choices and tempers, and a fatalism she perhaps acquired years ago on the moors. A deep, intuitive knowing. A knowing that Kathy's impending choice, whatever it is destined to shatter everything, to have consequences that ripple far beyond this initial dramatic turning point. You might find yourself feeling a genuine sinking dread yourself, now sitting there listening, watching these young lives visibly drift apart, pulled in irreconcilable directions, acutely sensing the disaster. Sensing the profound unhappiness waiting just over the horizon of this apparent calm before the true storm. Disaster that will probably undoubtedly involve a significant amount of desperate, angry yelling and fundamental, regrettable, dramatic pronouncements born of deep pain and perceived betrayal. The scene is set for it all. The painful rift introduced into Kathy's life, and therefore into her relationship with Heathcliff by her extended transformative stay at Thrushcross Grange, predictably and agonizingly widens. Kathy subtly changed outwardly. More refined is no longer just the untamed girl of Wuthering Heights in her soul. She spends increasingly significant amounts of her time at the Grange, drawn there. Drawn consciously or not to Edgar Linton's consistent, polished kindness, to his undeniable social status within the community, to his predictably gentle manners, qualities that are utterly, fundamentally foreign to the raw existence Heathcliff has endured and continues to endure back at Wuthering Heights. Qualities certainly foreign to her untamed life on the challenging moors. Edgar, for his part, in his quiet, persistent way, is utterly, profoundly smitten with Kathy. Captivated, intrigued, almost hypnotized by her undeniably unusual, vibrant energy and her unconventional beauty. He is captivated by a fundamental, untamed force that he clearly doesn't entirely understand, but finds undeniably compelling, undeniably fascinating. Despite his own notably more delicate nature, his propensity for quiet, gentle pursuits, he is, you fully understand from Nelly's tone, in every single conventional societal sense of the word in this period, considered a deeply desirable match. A catch. For a young lady like Kathy, even a young lady from a somewhat dubious background with her wild reputation, particularly given the gradual concerning decline of the Earnshaw family's social standing under Hindley Earnshaw's chaotic mismanagement back at Wuthering Heights. Marrying Edgar would undoubtedly offer Kathy stability, comfort, wealth, and unquestionable respectability. Meanwhile, back at Wuthering Heights, steeped in darkness and resentment, Heathcliff is consciously, deliberately, quite literally left to stew in the consequences of Kathy's time away, the increasing distance between them. Hindley Earnshaw, fueled by his deep-seated resentment and ongoing bitter personal struggles after the death of his wife, continues his systematic, brutal degradation of Heathcliff with chilling consistency. He continues to relentlessly reduce him to the lowest status, that of a common laborer. He mocks him constantly. He denies him any semblance of self-respect or potential social mobility. He ensures Heathcliff feels his perceived inferiority in every possible moment. Imagine it from Heathcliff's perspective. Nelly guides you. Imagine watching from your enforced position of servitude and squalor the person you quite literally consider to be your other half. Your essential soul twin, periodically leaving the grim house for glittering, seemingly beautiful parties down in the sheltered valley at the Grange. And imagine watching her return subtly, but unmistakably changed a polished veneer, dulling the wild spark while you are left behind, stuck here, in the cold, in the literal mud, treated worse than a stray animal by the very person, your cruel adoptive brother, who's supposed to share a familial bond with you however strained. Heathcliff's pre-existing resentment, already a raw wound, visibly deepens, turning inwards into bitter, all-consuming pain. Pain fueled relentlessly by Hindley's open cruelty, yes. But Nelly implies far more painfully fueled by the undeniable growing distance he instinctively senses. The uncrossable divide now widening between himself and Kathy. He sees her changing day by day, subtly becoming more like them, more like the Lintons. He sees her being actively wooed by a wealthy, gentle, kind, conventional rival. A person who represents the precise world that has relentlessly, consistently rejected him, excluded him, labeled him an undesirable outcast. His fears of being inadequate, of never being good enough, of her choosing that other world over him, begin to solidify into chilling certainties. This growing, unbearable internal tension culminates tragically, and perhaps inevitably, in a pivotal, profoundly agonizing, now infamous conversation that takes place privately between Kathy and Nelly Dean. It occurs precisely as Kathy Earnshaw is contemplating a formal marriage proposal from Edgar Linton. Nelly Dean, positioned as she is, perpetually present, observant, ever the listener, acting here perhaps as the unwitting or maybe subconsciously intentional catalyst through her pointed questions and presence, overhears Kathy confiding openly in her. Kathy explicitly states that she has indeed accepted Edgar Linton's proposal of marriage. When Nelly expresses a degree of perhaps manufactured surprise, prompting her, gently asking if she genuinely loves Edgar, Kathy's reply is famously revealing and devastatingly honest in its practicality. She states that yes, she does love him. She reasons why Perhaps, she suggests, because he is undeniably handsome, because he is pleasant in his demeanor, and crucially, Nelly recalls, because he is indisputably rich, Marrying him, Kathy candidly explains, would make her the greatest woman of the neighborhood. It would elevate her status. It would secure her position. It would provide a comfortable, respectable future. Ah yes, you think perhaps with a touch of modern-day cynicism applied to this 19th century situation. A classic, albeit perhaps tragically misguided case of valuing superficial qualities and social advantage over deep fundamental connection. A distinct instance of prioritizing someone's potential social standing or their current wealth. But then comes the truly famous, the absolutely gut-wrenching, the defining confession. Nellie, listening intently, hears Kathy make her real raw declaration. Kathy states unequivocally that her true love, her fundamental, her deepest most essential, most absolute connection in the entire world. It is not with Edgar Linton. It is despite everything, despite his poverty, despite his degradation by Hindley. It is profoundly, intrinsically with Heathcliff. She then, speaking with intense emotion, attempts to rationally explain her seemingly contradictory, deeply pragmatic and profoundly misguided decision to marry Edgar Linton anyway. She says explicitly that she must marry Edgar. She gives her stark, unforgiving reasons because Heathcliff, thanks to Hindley's relentless, purposeful cruelty and her own long absence during her recovery at the Grange, is currently poor. He is degraded. He lacks any social standing in the eyes of the conventional world. Because of these undeniable realities, she reasons aloud, she insists she could not possibly marry Heathcliff now. Doing so in her newly acquired understanding of social propriety and importance would inevitably degrade her asterisk. It would mean sacrificing her own social standing. It would mean willingly giving up any chance of improving her personal fortunes, of stepping up into that greater woman status. Her tragic, fatally flawed rationalization continues. She tries to convince Nellie, and perhaps herself, that she can paradoxically actually help Heathcliff, that she can lift him up in the world. How? By using the power, the influence, the immense wealth and respectable social position that she would acquire inevitably by marrying Edgar Linton. You might, listening to this calculated explanation, just feel the overwhelming modern urge to desperately reach through the story, shake young Kathy by the shoulders, and beg her to reconsider. Warn her this almost never works out, that trying to leverage one fundamental human connection using the resources acquired through a completely different, less fundamental connection is a recipe for unparalleled disaster and guaranteed unhappiness. And then she utters the most quoted, most analyzed lines in the entire narrative. A passage that captures the intense contradictory core of her being and the fatal division within her heart. Kathy declares to Nellie Dean, "My great miseries in this world have been Heathcliff's miseries, and I watched and felt each from the beginning. My great thought in living is himself. If all else perished and he remained, I should still continue to be, and if all else remained and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger. I should not be part of it. My love for Linton is like the foliage in the woods. Time will change it. I'm well aware as winter changes the trees. My love for Heathcliff resembles the eternal rocks beneath a source of little visible delight, but necessary. Nellie, I am Heathcliff." It's a declaration of staggering intensity, an articulation of a fundamental elemental connection that describes a bond so profound, so deeply ingrained, so seemingly essential that it literally transcends the conventional understanding of love. She sees their very souls not as separate entities that happen to be linked, but as the exact same substance, inextricably intertwined, indistinguishable at the deepest level. However, and this is the crucial, devastating pivot, the part that has launched thousands upon thousands of literary debates and fueled endless interpretation. In this same speech, This raw confession of absolute soul connection, she simultaneously reveals her undeniable pragmatic decision. A decision-driven Nelly shows you by worldly ambition, by social calculation. A self-serving, flawed decision depending on your perspective as listener to marry Edgar Linton *. Despite *, this declared profound bond, doing so purely, she admits, for external societal advantage and undeniable financial advancement. Unbeknownst tragically to Kathy, to Nelly, to everyone in that immediate room, Heathcliff had been listening. He had been there, concealed, perhaps hiding just outside the half-open door, having sought her out desperately, hoping to hear his name mentioned, yearning agonizingly for a sign. Any sign. A confirmation that the bond still existed. And he overhears *, exactly *, the parts he was most terrified of hearing. He overhears her stating explicitly that marrying him would degrade her *. He hears her calling him dirty, unrefined socially beneath her, defining him in stark, unforgiving societal terms. He doesn't wait. He doesn't hear, or perhaps cannot wait through his immediate agony to hear the later profoundly essential part, where she declares with desperate power that they are the same person, that their love is the eternal, unbreakable rock. Wounded to his very core by her seemingly callous, prioritizing assessment of him in mere worldly societal terms, an assessment that terrifyingly confirms the worthlessness Hindley has constantly instilled in him, and now fatally convinced that he is truly not good enough for her in the world. She now clearly desires and heartbreakingly certain that he never will be, if she prioritizes the comforts, the status, the artificial light of the Linton world. Heathcliff makes a devastating, instantaneous, equally rash decision of his own. He disappears, without a word, without a farewell, without seeking clarification. He runs away from Wuthering Heights, away from Hindley's escalating cruelty, yes. But more significantly, far more painfully for him, he runs away from Kathy. He flees her perceived betrayal, her apparent rejection, her fatal choice of societal convenience over their shared wild soul. Nelly, discovering his sudden absence, confirms it sadly, gently to Kathy, eventually detailing how he must have been there, how he must have tragically overheard just the worst, the most cutting part of her complex confession. Kathy is instantly, violently distraught, overwhelmed by a wave of profound, aching regret. She immediately, desperately realizes the full, horrifying impact of her candid and perhaps, yes, unintentionally callous words, of prioritizing the superficial foliage, the fleeting social status over the fundamental, the necessary, the eternal rock that was him. She goes out into a sudden fierce storm to look for him, as wild and reckless in her distress as the weather itself, perhaps hoping in her frantic, desperate search to undo the irreversible damage she has inflicted with words and choices, or perhaps simply completely overwhelmed by the sheer, sudden, horrifying realization of what she has just done, what she has sacrificed. It's the kind of grand dramatic gesture you often see depicted in romantic movies, where someone races out into the rain, driven by pure, desperate emotion. Except here, being Wuthering Heights and utterly pragmatic in its consequences, that reckless emotional run into the moorland storm carries very real, very serious consequences, directly leading to a dangerous, potentially fatal illness. While Kathy lies gravely ill, dangerously close to death, recovering slowly from the consequences of her emotional breakdown and her desperate search in the storm, she drifts further and more definitively into the protective sphere of the Linton family. Mr. and Mrs. Linton. Good, kind, conventional people in their own way help to nurse her painstakingly back to health. They are moved by her plight, and perhaps already feel a connection to her through their son's obvious devotion. Following her illness and recovery, they essentially take her fully into their sheltered home at Thrushcross Grange, furthering her assimilation, her acceptance into their world. Tragically, perhaps a dark twist of fate, or simply bad luck with exposure during the moor's storm and the period of nursing, they also contract a severe illness and sadly die from it within a short period of each other. This leaves Edgar and Isabella Linton orphans, now the undisputed masters of Thrushcross Grange, holding their fortune and status, with no protective parental figures left to perhaps object to Cathy's unconventional background, and no truly disapproving eyes watching their attachment, or her eventual full adoption into their class and household. Edgar and Cathy are now entirely free. Free to proceed without obstacle with their original plans for marriage. Thus, within approximately 3 relatively quiet, undoubtedly tense years of Heathcliff's devastating unexplained departure, Cathy Earnshaw, the wild girl of the moors and Wuthering Heights, formally marries Edgar Linton. She moves completely into the warm, civilized world of Thrushcross Grange, becoming Catherine Linton. Nellie Dean, positioned as the key family servant with knowledge of both households, follows Cathy, shifting her loyalties and her service from the deteriorating walls of Wuthering Heights to the comfortable elegance of the Grange. She brings with her her unique insider's perspective, her accumulated knowledge of the complicated history, and perhaps unknowingly she brings her capacity to unintentionally fan the flames of future conflict through her involvement and unique knowledge. You might easily imagine Nellie Dean quietly, stoically, perhaps even sadly rolling her eyes to herself as she packs her trunk, already knowing with a deep internal certainty that this marriage, however conventional it appears from the outside, is fundamentally built on a compromise that will inevitably horribly not end well. The union outwardly, in the eyes of polite society, appears a distinct success. Cathy achieves exactly what she calculated she would. She becomes the undisputed mistress of a fine, respectable house. She acquires solid, unimpeachable social standing within the community. She enjoys the complete, utterly devoted, rather doting affection of Edgar Linton, her husband. Edgar is depicted by Nellie as undeniably gentle, patiently indulgent of Cathy's sometimes predictably tempestuous moods, for the wildness is still there, just suppressed. He consistently seeks to keep her calm, to keep her happy, to shield her as much as possible within the confines of the Grange from anything that might cause her upset or trigger a return of the intensity she left behind. They settle into a life that on the surface is one of quiet, predictable refinement within the sheltered valley. A world geographically close yet existentially worlds away from the raw, untamed, intense power and perpetual misery simmering back at Wuthering Heights under Hindley's unchecked decline. Nellie describes this specific period at the Grange as relatively peaceful, outwardly almost a deceptive lull, knowing all along that the true devastating storm you can sense gathering throughout the narrative is still inevitably brewing, waiting, building. But Cathy, the Catherine who married Edgar Linton and became mistress of the Grange, she is not truly content. Not at her core. Not fully. She loves Edgar, perhaps, in her own unique, fragmented way. She certainly seems to appreciate his unwavering gentleness, his constant kindness, his undeniable devotion to her. She, perhaps you dare to think, even genuinely enjoys for a time at least simply being Mrs. Linton, the respected, admired woman of status and means, holding dinner parties, engaging in polite society. But Nellie confirms unequivocally through her account she clearly, profoundly, undeniably Mrs. Heathcliff. She misses him not just as a separate person, but she misses the essential part of herself, of her own core identity, that is inextricably linked to him. She is in essence a wild, untamable spirit now caught, confined physically, living perhaps even psychologically trapped within the seemingly gilded cage of polite, restrictive gentility. She is haunted. Constantly haunted by the palpable, overwhelming absence of her declared eternal rock, the other half of her perceived soul. You get the strong sense that beneath the acquired veneer of gentility, her fundamental behavior towards Edgar can sometimes undoubtedly be demanding. Unreasonable even. Perhaps she constantly tests his quiet placidity, testing his predictable kindness, accidentally or intentionally revealing the fundamentally untamed core of her personality that lies still wild just beneath that polished exterior, aching for something more. And somewhere out there, for 3 long, silent years, Heathcliff has been gone, banished by pain. Nobody in their world truly knows where he went, or precisely how he spent that time, or exactly how he managed to simply vanish and endure for so long away from the place that had contained him. While Cathy makes the agonizing, sometimes rewarding, always conflicted fundamental attempt to live her new chosen life as Mrs. Linton, mistress of Thrushcross Grange, outwardly successful and accepted by the conventional world, the prolonged, unnerving, profound silence from the vast brooding moors beyond her controlled world is perhaps the most unsettling, potent sound of all. A void where something immense and powerful once resided, linked to her soul. Nellie Dean, calmly recounting this period for you, speaks with the quiet authority of one who witnessed it, knew that the seeming peace was utterly fragile. She knew you sense that this entire new respectable chapter in Cathy's outwardly conventional life at the Grange was being built foundation stone by painstaking foundation stone upon ground that was fundamentally unstable, built upon a core decision, a betrayal that could all too easily horribly crack under sufficient pressure. And the most dangerous, the most shattering, the most inevitable pressure was undoubtedly going to come from a return. A very particular, very life-shattering return that would blow the lid right off this carefully constructed, fragile domestic scene, this veneer of happiness. You can Nellie's narrative builds towards it, probably already hear the faint, unsettling build of the dramatic movie score in the distance. It's coming. The past is not only unburied, it's knocking on the door. 3 years relentlessly pass, a period characterized by a deceivingly prolonged stretch of relative outward quiet at Thrushcross Grange, or at least as quiet as any household can realistically be, with the former wild girl of the moors, Cathy Linton, constantly, perhaps even consciously, trying with all her fragmented soul to reconcile her essential untamed spirit with the rigorous expectations, the strictures, the polite confinements of genteel society, and the domestic role of a lady of the house. Edgar, bless his gentle, perhaps overly placid heart, continues to relentlessly dote on her. He is consistently trying, Nellie notes, to shield his sometimes volatile wife from any unpleasantness, any real-world hardship, any harsh reality that might impinge upon her delicate peace. Probably, Nellie adds, he offered endless comforting cups of tea and quiet, gentle reassurance in response to her sometimes turbulent moods. Life within the protected walls of the Grange visibly settles to external appearances, into a steady, predictable pattern of refined, predictable domesticity, insulated from the rawness of the world beyond its sheltered grounds. Meanwhile, Nellie herself is undoubtedly keeping a perpetually careful, observant eye on everything unfolding around her. Perhaps you picture it. She sighs internally, or maybe even lets out an occasional deliberate, exasperated sigh when she notices Cathy staring out relentlessly at the distant, mist-shrouded line of the moors, or snapping inexplicably with a flash of her old temper at the gentle Edgar simply for being too kind, too calm, too soft to suit her inner turmoil. Isabella Linton, Edgar's younger sister, also continues to live at the Grange, maturing into a young lady, perhaps looking on at her increasingly unconventional, sometimes dramatically volatile sister-in-law, with a complex mixture of wide-eyed, uncomprehending admiration for Cathy's undeniable force of personality and quiet, private bewilderment at her unpredictable behavior. And what is happening during this time over at Wuthering Heights? Under Hindley Earnshaw's control, the narrative makes chillingly clear the house and the family fortunes continue their grim, irreversible decline. Hindley has become tragically, but perhaps predictably, given his earlier resentments and the hardship of his life, increasingly dissolute. He is consumed by gambling debts, drowned in drink, prone to bitter outbursts of anger and despair, especially after his wife Frances dies heartbreakingly shortly after giving birth to their son Hareton. Misery, you hear, is compounding, relentlessly multiplying at Wuthering Heights, its visible decay starkly mirroring the carefully maintained outward pleasantness and calm of Thrushcross Grange in the valley below. And then, after 3 years of silence, 3 years of waiting, 3 years of both superficial peace and gnawing absence, he's back. One ordinary, unremarkable rainy evening, just like any other, Nellie Dean goes to answer the unexpected, unfamiliar knock at the door at Thrushcross Grange, and she finds standing on the doorstep outside a tall and undeniably imposing, a completely unfamiliar, mysterious stranger. He stands there, weathered by the storm. He asks in a voice Nellie eventually recognizes with a jolt, specifically for Mrs. Linton. When the visitor is ushered into the drawing room, into the soft, civilized light, Edgar Linton is clearly surprised to receive any caller, let alone a stranger, in such persistently terrible weather. He greets the man with politeness, perhaps tentative curiosity. And then Kathy appears, drawn from another part of the house by the sound of the arrival. She sees him. She hears his voice speak again, and she stops, completely still. The casual composure, the carefully constructed politeness she wears like a comfortable coat at the Grange, visibly shatters in an instant. Nellie recounts that this unexpected visitor is indeed Heathcliff. But he is startlingly, dramatically transformed. He left 3 years prior a ragged, humiliated, debased farmhand. Perhaps barely more than a raw, embittered youth, then defined and weighed down solely by his profound poverty and Hindley Earnshaw's unrelenting, soul-crushing cruelty. He returns on this rain-swept evening utterly changed. He has returned a wealthy man. He possesses the outward appearance of a gentleman, polished and composed, dressed in fine clothes. He clearly has money, he speaks of property, and he carries himself with a new, hard, formidable, highly polished veneer. An outward hardness that powerfully hints at the intense, unrecorded suffering, the brutal experiences, the profound internal transformation he must have ruthlessly endured during his mysterious absence from the moors. Imagine the sheer physical shock of that moment for Kathy, for Edgar, for Nellie. It's like if that one kid from school, you know, the one who was always picked last for everything in gym class, the one everyone quietly dismissed and looked down upon. And suddenly, years later, he unexpectedly shows up driving a luxury limousine, stepping out of it, wearing a perfectly tailored, obviously expensive designer suit, speaking with quiet authority, and holding visible power. Where on earth did he go? Nellie recounts the mystery. Asterisk. How asterisk did he possibly acquire such undeniable wealth, such an outward appearance of gentlemanly status in such a relatively short span of 3 years? The book itself notoriously, and perhaps deliberately, remains frustratingly vague on this specific point, adding to Heathcliff's mysterious, almost supernatural aura. Historians, scholars still actively argue today about the most plausible, grounded ways someone like Heathcliff could have genuinely acquired such significant wealth and adopted a convincing gentlemanly status so quickly in this specific period of strict social structure and limited mobility. Possibilities debated range widely, perhaps genuine but incredibly ruthless and strategic business dealings pursued in an industrializing city like Liverpool where he was found, or maybe involvement in explicitly nefarious activities such as illegal smuggling along the coast, or even acts of brutal piracy occupations known for fast, violent acquisition of wealth outside the law, or perhaps most simply, But least satisfyingly, to explain the shift in character may be a sudden, unexpected inheritance from some unknown relative abroad. Nellie herself likely has no idea beyond the outward stunning result. What is clear and unsettling is that his rapid social climb, the shedding of his perceived low origins and appearance, remains one of the novel's enduring intentional mysteries. It powerfully suggests either a truly brutal force of personal willpower, utterly unleashed combined with ruthlessly seized opportunity, or possibly unsettlingly, even something close to the kind of swift, unnatural elevation befitting a character framed earlier by ghost stories and hints of the uncanny. He returns not for peaceful reunion but fundamentally capable now of outwardly playing by society's often hidden ruthless rules. He has mastered the appearance of gentility, but Nellie and you sense that his core soul is profoundly twisted, irrevocably warped by his past suffering, his long-standing humiliations, and now unequivocally fueled by a burning, consuming, unholy desire for revenge. Payback. Payback served as ice-cold as cruel, and as long-awaited as possible. Heathcliff, having revealed himself, and immediately caused an emotional seismic shift in Cathy, wastes no time in setting other elements of his plan into motion. His true motives, Nellie understands quickly, are far darker, far more intricate, far more purely destructive than a mere nostalgic visit to see his first love. He immediately seeks out Hindley at Wuthering Heights. You remember Hindley, the cruel older brother, the one who systematically degraded Heathcliff for years, who stole his meager status, who made his young life relentlessly miserable. Heathcliff has unequivocally returned for precise, chilling payback, and Hindley Earnshaw, already on a spiraling downward path due to his crushing gambling habit, his reliance on drink, and his deep-seated unconquered grief over the loss of his wife Frances, a loss which seems only to have exacerbated his worst traits, proves to be easily, perhaps even willingly, exploited. Heathcliff seamlessly inserts himself back into Hindley's rapidly collapsing life. He joins Hindley in his wild, desperate gambling parties not as a fellow victim, but as a silent, calculating predator. He begins extending Hindley significant, unsustainable loans, effectively ensnaring him, binding him completely, financially inevitably sealing Hindley's fate through usury and debt. Nellie narrates Hindley's chillingly swift descent, further and further into unbearable debt, selling off pieces of the family estate piece by heartbreaking piece to Heathcliff, desperately blindly digging his own metaphorical and literal grave, all under the deceptive guise initially of a terrible, ill-advised business partnership between two troubled men. Nellie watches, detailing the process as Hindley effectively irreversibly transfers true ownership, the ultimate legal control of Wuthering Heights itself, lock, stock, and crumbling barrel, right into Heathcliff's calculating hands. Revenge against Hindley, the original oppressor, is being methodically enacted using the very tools Hindley wielded: cruelty, financial manipulation, power dynamics. But Hindley, Nellie clarifies, is tragically not Heathcliff's only immediate target in this intricate web of vengeance. Still living quietly at Thrushcross Grange alongside her brother and his wife is Isabella Linton, Edgar Linton's younger sister. Nellie describes Isabella as young, profoundly naive, unprepared for real darkness, easily susceptible to conventional romantic fantasies. The kind likely gleaned from reading sentimental novels down in the protected valley worlds away from the harsh reality of the moors. And adding a profound, painful layer of tragedy to the unfolding plot, Isabella becomes inexplicably and hopelessly intensely infatuated with Heathcliff himself. She sees him, this darkly brooding, this intensely charismatic, mysterious figure who arrives emanating danger and history. She sees his new polish, his power, and she completely romanticizes it, utterly missing or perhaps willfully ignoring all the blatant, terrifying danger signs that are immediately obvious to both Nellie Dean and her protective older brother Edgar. Nellie attempts to warn her, to caution her, speaking perhaps more directly than her position dictates. She tells Isabella plainly that Heathcliff is in reality cruel, that he is ruthless, that he is utterly, profoundly, genuinely incapable of experiencing or giving love in the simple, romantic, gentle way Isabella in her innocent fantasy imagines it. Edgar, as her responsible guardian, is even more direct. He outright forbids any form of relationship, any communication, any connection whatsoever between his younger sister and this dangerous man, knowing intimately Heathcliff's true nature, and strongly suspecting his likely predatory, malicious intentions towards Isabella herself, not out of any real attraction, but purely as a tool, a means to cause Edgar profound misery, to gain a direct damaging foothold within the tightly protected Linton family. Cathy, witnessing Isabella's disastrous, blindsided infatuation, also makes her own complex attempt to dissuade her sister-in-law. Cathy is perhaps driven by a complex mix of her own buried, confused feelings for Heathcliff. Is it jealousy that another woman sees something in him, however misguidedly? Or is it a fierce, unexpected protective urge towards the naive Isabella, warning her from potential danger? Or perhaps both? She tries to deter Isabella from this dangerous fixation, albeit typically for Cathy. She does it in a rather raw, brutally honest, blunt way that might not land as gently or be as easily understood as she intends. She describes Heathcliff to Isabella not as a conventional romantic hero she imagines, but almost clinically, factually, as she perceives his essential nature. As a savage. A man capable of terrible, cold-blooded things. She goes so far, Nellie recounts, as even saying, perhaps blurring truth with a deliberately harsh shock, to convey her warning that even if she married him, she wouldn't want him physically. A shockingly frank, explicit statement for a woman of her period, Nellie notes. A testament to Cathy's enduring capacity for unsettling honesty, perhaps used here specifically to try and deliver the warning in the most undeniable, stark way possible, however wounding or misinterpreted it might be. But Isabella, poor naive Isabella, completely blinded by her self-generated romantic fantasy, and perhaps already fueled by a burgeoning, ill-advised spark of adolescent rebellion against her brother Edgar's sensible but firm control and conventional life, adamantly refuses to listen to either Nellie's direct warnings or Cathy's harsh pronouncements. She is tragically determined to see only the romanticized Heathcliff of her innocent imagination. A Heathcliff who Nellie Dean makes perfectly clear simply does not exist. Not anymore. And maybe heartbreakingly never truly existed beyond their mutual need and raw, untrained passion as children on the moors. Isabella's fascination, her utter lack of discernment and refusal to heed warnings plays directly, perfectly calculatedly right into Heathcliff's vengeful hands. He immediately recognizes her profound vulnerability. He sees her as a perfect, unsuspecting pawn, a perfectly pliable instrument to systematically cause maximum misery for Edgar, his rival, and to further his chilling scheme for dominance and revenge against the Linton family structure. He cunningly encourages Isabella's dangerous infatuation. He begins treating her outwardly with feigned false regard whenever it is convenient to his plans. He calculates every single interaction he has with her, Nellie observes, for maximum manipulative effect, to draw her deeper into his orbit. A significant piece of mainstream historical detail is critical here to grasp the full predatory nature of Heathcliff's manipulation under the then existing property laws, specifically laws related to coverture for married women, a wife's wealth, any property she owned. Any inheritance she received would largely fall under the complete legal control and management of her husband upon marriage. Marrying Isabella therefore offers Heathcliff a tangible legal route, not only to profoundly torment Edgar emotionally and ruin his peace by marrying his beloved sister, but also a direct, powerful means to potentially gain significant control over some portion of the considerable Linton family fortune or future inheritance upon the eventual death of Edgar or other relatives. This would solidify his power. This would elevate his status and fund his various ventures even further than his strategic acquisition of Wuthering Heights itself from Hindley. While Heathcliff undeniably demonstrates through his subsequent actions how little he cares for or actively dislikes Isabella herself as a human being, the strategic cold value she represents in his ruthless, comprehensive plan is certainly not lost on his calculating mind. The escalating tension within the refined walls of Thrushcross Grange becomes utterly unbearable. Edgar increasingly, and quite naturally deeply resents Heathcliff's constant unnerving presence in his home. His resentment is perpetually fueled not only by Cathy's undeniably obvious, unextinguished, and fiercely enduring passion for this dangerous man from her past, but also now by his palpable growing concern for his impressionable younger sister Isabella, who is visibly walking directly into Heathcliff's snare. Cathy herself emotionally raw and constantly unbearably torn between her life with Edgar, her conscious choice for stability, gentlemanly love, and societal respectability, and the raw, undeniable consuming force of nature that is Heathcliff and their unique, inseparable, seemingly unbreakable past connection. She fluctuates between extremes, and Heathcliff, silently observing it all, or orchestrating from just outside their orbit, with a chilling, predatory glint in his calculating eyes, is perpetually subtly adding fuel to the fire, exacerbating the existing friction, deepening the painful tension between Cathy and Edgar, making it worse deliberately, day by painstaking day. Nellie Dean, from her central position within the household, helplessly watches this unfolding, contained, emotional powder keg, and she knows with absolute terrible certainty that it is only inevitably a matter of precious time before it ignites, before it explodes with destructive force. You listening to this part might find yourself wanting to scream, to literally shout warnings through the centuries, through the pages, directly at Isabella Linton. Desperate to make her understand, she is deliberately wandering into a terrible trap. A snare set not by a Byronic hero, but by a genuinely vengeful, utterly heartless person, who sees her less as a potential spouse to be loved, and more terrifyingly as merely a strategic keycard needed to unlock greater leverage access, greater fortune, and inflict deeper, lasting misery upon her loved ones. And as Heathcliff relentlessly solidifies his twisted financial hold on Wuthering Heights, and sets his predatory sights directly upon the tranquil, shielded Linton household, by preying upon the vulnerability and misguided romanticism of Isabella, the literal physical storm that famously trapped Lockwood on the moors at the very beginning of the story, feels increasingly, inevitably like a profound, powerful metaphor for the human-created chaos. The intense emotional tempest gathering with unstoppable force and raw intensity around these two linked yet fundamentally opposing estates. The outward period of relative peace, the deceptive calm that marked the last 3 years within the walls of Thrushcross Grange since Heathcliff's original disappearance, is now irrevocably over. Most definitively over. The true reckoning is beginning. The oppressive atmosphere that began subtly building within the seemingly refined walls of Thrushcross Grange after Heathcliff's unexpected return continues to thicken and darken, much like the persistent, suffocating moorland fog that rolls unpredictably down into the valley, obscuring vision and trapping those within its cold embrace. Heathcliff's deliberate, constant presence becomes an unbearable, perpetual source of palpable tension. He visits frequently, drawn outwardly by his obsessive, undeniable fixation on Cathy, his first love, yes, but driven far more, Nellie sees, by his rapidly growing, chillingly strategic opportunities for systematic revenge against Edgar Linton, his hated rival, his usurper. Kathy herself, caught inescapably and agonizingly in the middle of this emotional battleground between the two fundamental forces in her life, reacts to Heathcliff's constant presence and undeniable intensity with volatile, unpredictable swings of emotion. Joy raw and desperate, frustration profound and consuming, fierce, almost animalistic protection of her singular bond with Heathcliff, a bond that she perceives as utterly unique and crucially asterisk still. Asterisk utterly excludes all others, even her gentle husband Edgar, a constant public confirmation of her declared eternal rock connection versus her foliage marriage. Edgar Linton's natural polite patience understandably wears relentlessly thin. His fundamental nature is geared towards quiet order, towards peace. His attempts to maintain a calm, civilized, predictably well-ordered household, a deliberate bulwark against the wildness outside, are constantly, effortlessly, devastatingly undermined by Heathcliff's unsettling presence, his unspoken threats, and tragically by Kathy's erratic, highly strung behavior. Her moods triggered violently by Heathcliff's mere reappearance in her life, and his subtle, constant emotional manipulation. Imagine trying to simply have a calm, pleasant Sunday brunch in your own home, hosting someone who spends the entire agonizing meal staring with visible, unnerving intensity at your beloved spouse across the table, and doing so while you increasingly suspect deep down that this person is secretly, coldly, calculatingly plotting to ruin your life, perhaps even actively working to somehow steal your entire inheritance right from under you. Uncomfortable to say the absolute least. Profoundly unsettling. The inevitable simmering confrontation finally arrives. It explodes during one particular visit by Heathcliff to the Grange. The long-building tensions, the unspoken resentments, the protected facade erupt into open, ugly conflict between Edgar and Heathcliff. Edgar, finally pushed beyond the limits of his endurance, fundamentally unable to tolerate the poisonous, unsettling situation within his own home, any longer driven by a desire to protect his peace, his wife, his sanity. He demands that Heathcliff leave his house immediately, and asserting his husbandly authority, he explicitly forbids Heathcliff from ever seeing or speaking to Kathy again. He is attempting finally, desperately, to reassert control, to draw a clear boundary, to defend the life, the marriage, the fragile peace he has meticulously tried to build with Kathy within the safe walls of the Grange. This definitive command, this challenge to the fundamental undefinable bond, tragically triggers one of Kathy's famously monumentally dramatic fits. Her core, untamed, self-destructive nature, amplified by stress and internal conflict, flares up. Accused directly by Edgar. Perhaps justly, he has witnessed her behavior, perhaps unfairly. He doesn't grasp the depth of her turmoil of being too profoundly tied, too emotionally bound to Heathcliff, and thereby directly, constantly ruining the domestic peace of their household. She lashes out violently. Not physically in the conventional sense, but with psychological and emotional force. Her reaction culminates in a spectacular, utterly exhausting exhibition. A feigned, or maybe Nellie thinks partly genuinely real, with Kathy. It is hard to tell where manipulation ends and true hysteria begins. Attack of acute hysterics and sudden dramatic fainting spells. She throws a performance of pure, raw, self-destructive emotional excess. Screaming, collapsing, essentially making herself violently physically ill, seemingly as a calculated or perhaps deeply ingrained method to punish Edgar, or to try and force him through sheer dramatic distress to relent, to concede to her will, to her desire to retain connection to Heathcliff. Edgar's inherent, gentle, fundamentally civilized nature is shown here as utterly ill-equipped, completely unsuited to handle this level of raw, manipulative, destructive emotion. He is not built for histrionics. He is much more at home dealing with quiet, reasoned discussions, with logical arguments, with restrained feeling. Overwhelmed, and perhaps fearing he has pushed her too far, he desperately appeals to Nellie Dean for help. asking for her practical assistance in calming Kathy and mediating the crisis. But Kathy, still locked into her tantrum, and perhaps resenting Nellie bitterly for having overheard and seemingly confirmed her compromising feelings for Heathcliff years ago, pointedly turns against Nellie as well. She physically locks herself away in her room, refuses to eat, insists with melodramatic pronouncements from behind her closed door that she is literally dying. Dying of a broken heart, or perhaps Nellie implies Riley merely suffering from acute annoyance, compounded by sheer stubbornness. Nellie, positioned in the awful middle, desperately tries to inform Edgar of the truly serious, escalating nature of Kathy's physical and emotional self-harm, perhaps hoping he will finally intervene decisively, perhaps force his way and take control. But Edgar, trusting implicitly Nellie's usual honesty, but perhaps believing Nellie is now herself being hysterical, somehow misrepresenting or exaggerating Kathy's dramatic behavior, unimaginable to him that his Kathy could act this way, tragically refuses to engage directly, retreating into bewildered inaction. It's a profound, heartbreaking breakdown in fundamental communication, and trust horribly typical of intense enclosed family dramas. Nellie points out where the person desperately trying to explain the actual terrifying situation to those in charge is not listened to, or their reality is dismissed. During this period of sustained uproar and deep distress at Thrushcross Grange, Isabella Linton, her heart and head still sadly blinded by her hopeless infatuation with Heathcliff, and perhaps seeing the dramatic domestic chaos as her perfect opportunity to directly defy her brother Edgar and finally escape his sensible authority. Isabella Linton seizes her desperate, tragically ill-conceived chance against Edgar's explicit, reiterated warnings. Despite Nellie Dean's repeated dire predictions about Heathcliff's cruel nature and certain misery, Isabella tragically elopes. She runs off and marries Heathcliff secretly, illegally, essentially from the perspective of her family and strict convention. Imagine Edgar's cumulative fury, his profound crushing despair, his wife the focus of his devotion now possibly literally dying, spiraling in a possibly self-induced, ultimately deadly dramatic decline in her room, and his only sister Isabella the subject of his protective care, having just fled in secret, run off completely unaccompanied with the very man he most deeply despises. The man he knows with chilling certainty is only using her for purely malicious ends. Nellie might mention here, with a touch of specific tragic historical context, elopement particularly undertaken quickly and discreetly to a location like Gretna Green across the border in Scotland, where marriage laws were far more lenient than in England, and crucially required no parental consent for minors. Isabella, even at 18, might still legally have been considered a minor, or at least fundamentally dependent on her guardian brother's approval. This was a classic radical, rebellious move. It was a route frequently taken by daughters from aristocratic and gentry families seeking desperately to marry against their own family's determined wishes and planned alliances. Elopement offered speed, offered an escape from paternal control, and successfully circumvented the lengthy, incredibly complex process of a formal legal English marriage requiring property settlements, legal licenses, public bans, and guardians' explicit permission. Isabella's rash, devastating choice fits this precise historical pattern of young female defiance and boundary-breaking action, albeit tragically a pattern undertaken here with undeniably disastrous, life-destroying results for her. Her choice, Nellie emphasizes, was not simply a romantic whim in a vacuum. It was a recognizable form of challenging severe societal boundaries and authority, even if the partner she chose embodied ultimate cruel lawlessness. Predictably, horrifyingly, Isabella's hasty marriage to Heathcliff proves to be an utter, absolute, relentless disaster. Nellie confirms it through her narrative recounting Isabella's later desperate pleas. Heathcliff, having achieved his immediate goal of marrying her as a means to distress Edgar and insert himself further into the Linton structure, proceeds to treat Isabella with chilling, unrelenting cruelty. He makes no pretense of affection. He openly admits to Isabella that he married her solely exclusively to torment Edgar, and to gain control over any potential share of the valuable Linton property or Isabella's own wealth or inheritance upon Edgar's eventual death. He erroneously believes, at least initially, or pretends to believe, that Isabella's marriage might grant him full simple control over all Linton assets upon Edgar's demise through his new marital relationship. A flaw in his understanding of legal specifics, but a potent motivation nonetheless. He takes her back to Wuthering Heights, which under Hindley Earnshaw's desperate spiraling addiction and gambling debts, and Heathcliff's own ruthless manipulative control as he acquires it, piecemeal has now undeniably become even more grim, even more dilapidated, even more spiritually and physically ruinous than it was before. Isabella, who came from the physical and emotional hothouse of the Grange, with its servants, its comforts, its warmth, immediately jarringly encounters the brutal reality of Heathcliff's essential nature, unveiled now that he has secured her and no longer needs to feign courtesy. And she encounters the desolate, pervasive misery of actual daily life at Wuthering Heights itself. Hindley Earnshaw is perpetually drunk, hostile, unpredictable, steeped in self-pity and anger. Joseph is as sanctimonious, as unbendingly judgmental, as unkind, if not more so than ever. The house itself, under their combined toxic influence, feels like it is decaying, physically falling into ruin around them. Isabella, witnessing this unfiltered, inescapable bleakness, encountering the unveiled core of her new husband's monstrousness, quickly realizes the terrible, potentially fatal mistake she has made in succumbing to her romantic fantasy. She is profoundly, heartbreakingly a pampered young lady, sheltered and refined by life at the Grange. She is completely, utterly unequipped, emotionally, physically, psychologically, for the stark, raw, brutal reality she now finds herself desperately trapped within. As Nellie reveals later, Isabella manages somehow, from within the oppressive, suffocating environment, to write pathetic, desperate letters to Nellie Dean, back at Thrushcross Grange. Letters smuggled out, perhaps. In them she describes in agonizing detail the horrors of her new life. Heathcliff's systematic open abuse of her, not physical brutality, usually though the text hints at emotional, psychological violence, but deliberate emotional cruelty, utter neglect making her suffer purely for the sake of it, and her own profound, complete misery. These letters paint a stark, terrifying picture of the deliberate suffering inflicted upon the innocent bystander in Heathcliff's expanding web of revenge. While this new layer of devastating misery unfolds simultaneously over at Wuthering Heights, consuming Isabella and further solidifying Heathcliff's financial power. Back at Thrushcross Grange, Cathy Linton's health continues its worrying deterioration, following her dramatic self-destructive breakdown and emotional outburst during the confrontation with Edgar and Heathcliff. Her pregnancy. Yes, pregnancy. Nellie perhaps conveniently or pointedly mentions this fact either during or after this period of crisis, adding another layer of emotional weight, because yes, she was apparently expecting a baby throughout all of this devastating emotional chaos. That crucial pregnancy is now seriously jeopardized by her self-inflicted physical strain and the profound emotional distress she has been enduring. Edgar himself, utterly devastated by his sister Isabella's reckless, ruinous elopement with the man he despises, and perhaps finally sobered completely by the undeniably life-threatening seriousness of Cathy's fragile physical condition, manages to move beyond his initial shock and wounded feelings. He softens. He returns utterly devoted, trying now with renewed gentle intensity to care for his severely ailing wife, attempting to nurse her back to health and stability through sheer love and unwavering devotion. But the significant cumulative physical and emotional damage has already been done. The intense, relentless stress. The profound internal conflict between her love for two men, her choice of one world over another. And possibly Nellie hints subtly a fragile underlying physical constitution perhaps inherited from her mother's early ill health. All these factors mean Kathy's health is now severely, probably irrevocably compromised. She cannot recover. Here's a piece of important mainstream historical context about health particularly related to women in pregnancy in this period. Pregnancy and subsequent childbirth were undeniably fraught with inherent risks in the 19th century, even for individuals from wealthy families like the Lintons. Largely due to the limited medical understanding of the time, rudimentary healthcare practices, and often poor hygiene standards even in seemingly respectable homes. High levels of intense sustained stress and emotional turmoil, such as Kathy undeniably experienced leading up to and during her crisis, would absolutely, without question, have significantly exacerbated any potential medical complications related to pregnancy, making her subsequent profound struggles with health and ultimate death not just a plot device driving the narrative, but a reflection of very real dangers and realities of the historical time and the intense pressures placed upon women's bodies and minds. Her physical decline isn't simply convenient timing. It reflects the tangible, devastating cost of her inner conflict played out physically in a vulnerable state. Meanwhile, as Isabella suffers her hellish marriage down at the decaying Wuthering Heights, and Kathy slowly fades at the refined but heartbroken Grange, Hindley Earnshaw tragically continues his self-inflicted descent. He is fully consumed now by his unchecked vices, gambles recklessly, drinks himself into oblivion and profound physical decay, systematically destroying his own health. And critically, Nellie relates he treats his young son Hareton Earnshaw with utter chilling neglect and casual cruelty, a mirroring of the past. It echoes terrifyingly the way his own father was manipulated against Heathcliff the outsider, who drew favor during their childhoods. Only Hindley's cruelty towards his own flesh and blood seems in its active debasement far, far worse, far more deliberately destructive. Hareton Young, potentially innocent Hareton, is growing up literally illiterate, rough, treated consistently like a common unvalued servant or worse, both by his own father Hindley, who should nurture him as the heir, and by Heathcliff, who now effectively controls the physical property, and undeniably views Hareton as another instrument in his wider indirect revenge. A way to wound Hindley by deliberately preventing his true rightful heir from ever achieving his destined place in the world, or acquiring any dignity, any education, any social grace befitting his name. Nellie's accounts during this section expertly and sometimes painfully jump between the relentless suffering witnessed and experienced at Thrushcross Grange with Kathy's slow decline, and Edgar's quiet grief, and the utter degradation and despair witnessed at Wuthering Heights with Isabella's abuse and Hindley's descent. Her narration powerfully highlights how Heathcliff's deliberate, calculated actions, driven purely by the unprocessed pain and burning desire for revenge, stemming from his own past suffering, effectively spread misery, like an infectious, destructive disease across both fundamental houses, polluting their atmospheres, relentlessly dragging down Hindley further into ruin, actively tormenting the hapless Isabella, and all the while maintaining his fierce, psychologically intense, devastating grip, however manifested on the dying Kathy and the heartbroken Edgar. The cycle of fundamental human cruelty rooted in the past generation's pain and choices is replicating itself with chilling accuracy and efficiency in the next. Hareton, effectively abandoned emotionally and mistreated daily by both Hindley and Heathcliff, is visibly becoming a mirror image of the deliberately debased state Heathcliff himself was forcefully reduced to years ago under Hindley's original tyranny. Denied any form of education, any instruction, growing up rough, untutored, essentially untamed in any conventional sense, just like the young Heathcliff arriving. Only now it's part of a deliberate, twisted generational cycle of revenge, being actively perpetrated and controlled by Heathcliff upon the son of his former tormentor. This Nellie makes clear is part of Heathcliff's chilling design, ensuring that Hindley Earnshaw's legacy, represented by his own son, is not just ruined in terms of property, but ruined in terms of human potential, of inherent worth and dignity. Hindley's son is denied the fundamental privileges Heathcliff himself felt were unfairly denied to him by Hindley. You can almost chillingly visualize Heathcliff standing back, observing young Hareton allowing himself a thin, cold smile of satisfaction, watching Hindley's son grow up systematically denied the opportunities, the polish, the acceptance Heathcliff himself had so fiercely craved and felt stolen from him by that very same man years earlier. The bitterness of his own past experience is being literally written onto the future of the next generation. So the painful canvas is vividly set, painted with sorrow and vengeance. Misery is multiplying rapidly. Isabella Linton is tragically trapped in the brutal, hellish marriage within the decaying walls of Wuthering Heights, relentlessly suffering Heathcliff's deliberate emotional and psychological abuse. Hindley is visibly spiraling deeper into oblivion, rapidly destroying both himself physically and the last vestiges of the Earnshaw family dignity through his vices and dependence on Heathcliff, all while actively neglecting his own son, mirroring his father's dynamic with Heathcliff, but with far darker intent and outcome. Cathy, loved yet conflicted, is slowly fading, visibly dying at the physically comfortable but emotionally heavy Grange, perhaps already sensing the profound final consequence of her fatal choice years ago to prioritize Edgar and the social world over her essential wilder self, her deteriorating physical health terrifyingly mirroring her own deeply fractured, unsustainable spirit. And Edgar, the gentle, good-hearted man, heartbroken and quiet in his suffering, is tirelessly tending to his gravely ailing wife, mourning the loss of his beloved, reckless sister, helpless against the forces arrayed against him. And Heathcliff, this formidable, dark, intensely vengeful figure, stands terrifyingly at the very center of it all. An orchestrator, methodically plotting, relentlessly manipulating, inflicting this multi-generational misery, a pure, malevolent force fueled and utterly consumed by the unhealed pain of his own brutal, formative past. Systematically seeking to inflict maximum possible suffering, maximum devastation on absolutely everyone and everything fundamentally connected to his original perceived betrayal. His devastating absolute loss of Cathy. His crushing rejection. You might, listening to Nellie's relentless, somber recounting of this section, be tempted to simply pause the narrative, and with a weary sigh, reach out as Lockwood wanted to and ask Nellie Dean, were there genuinely any decent, conventionally nice people leading simply quiet, happy, undisturbed lives out on these harsh moors near these families at any point? Seems profoundly unlikely within the confines of this story. The uncompromising focus here is firmly, unrelentingly on intense suffering, on profound, bitter revenge, and on the genuinely devastating, inescapable human consequences of fundamental choices made, paths taken, bonds broken years, decades ago. Consequences that tragically continue to cascade forward through time. Particularly the lasting repercussions of Cathy Earnshaw's singular, fateful, agonizing decision to prioritize her worldly ambitions, and Edgar's stability over the wild, essential, unvarnished connection with Heathcliff. Nellie Dean's storytelling, told with the conviction of long memory and personal experience, doesn't shy away not for a second from laying bare the brutal, all-consuming emotional cost of it all. This entire central middle part of the story, Nellie warns, is thick with unrelenting pain, with deepening complexity, with inevitably deteriorating situations that hurt not only the central figures, but catch everyone around them in the expanding web of misery. Cathy's already precarious health undeniably worsens further, The lethal combination of her relentlessly tumultuous emotional state, her delicate pregnancy unseen by most during the immediate crisis, but putting immense strain on her body, and her period of refusal to eat properly during her initial dramatic illness, whether entirely calculated or driven by true distress, has inevitably taken its irreversible toll on her fragile constitution. She now hovers in a constantly precarious, physically weakened state at Thrushcross Grange, visibly fading, constantly attended to with heartbroken devotion by a genuinely distressed Edgar and the ever-present, long-suffering Nellie. Word of her undeniably failing condition filters back inevitably chillingly to Heathcliff over at Wuthering Heights. It adds another palpable, intense layer of complexity and potent emotional weight to the already unbearable, suffocating situation. Even as he relentlessly, systematically enacts his comprehensive revenge schemes against Hindley, against Isabella, against Edgar, in the larger sense, his single obsessive destructive focus somehow remains undeniably firmly fixed, utterly anchored upon her. She is still, even in her decline, the sole axis around which his entire world, however twisted, however defined by pain and vengeance, now relentlessly revolves. Knowing instinctively that Cathy is rapidly failing, slipping away, and sensing perhaps a desperate, final, irretrievable opportunity for direct contact, a last meeting, Heathcliff deliberately contrives a plan. A plan to see her, to confront her one last time. This clandestine, deeply risky meeting is orchestrated by Nellie Dean herself. Nellie, perhaps swayed against her better judgment by Cathy's profound desperation to see Heathcliff one last time, or perhaps moved by her own deep, complicated feelings about their long, unique, and tragically destructive bond, somehow finds a way. She allows Heathcliff, this dangerous disruptive force back inside the warm, sheltered, safe walls of Thrushcross Grange, for one final, shattering, heartbreaking confrontation with the dying Cathy. This is emphatically not asterisk. Nellie ensures you understand a gentle, peaceful deathbed reunion of two calm souls preparing for parting. It is rather a raw, intense, violently emotional encounter. Charged from the first breath they share with devastating recrimination and layers upon layers of unspoken pain. They find each other. They embrace. A final desperate clinging together. In that embrace, they undeniably, heartbreakingly acknowledge the fundamental, deep, undeniably destructive bond that has linked them since childhood. That still links them. That will always, it seems, link them. But their conversation within that last embrace under Nellie's watchful eye is not tender. It is not peaceful. It is tragically, furiously charged with overwhelming pain and mutual blame. Cathy, frail but still retaining her fierce spirit, vehemently rails against Heathcliff. She accuses him of leaving her years ago, running away after hearing only part of her confession. She furiously blames his sudden, inexplicable absence for the very impossible situation that she found herself in. Blames it for the very decision, the fatal choice that directly led to her present agonizing misery, her trapped life, and her inescapable marriage to Edgar. She throws the full weight of her despair upon him, explicitly accusing him of irrevocably breaking her heart by abandoning her after she made her worldly calculation. Heathcliff, equally devastated, perhaps even more profoundly and visibly so, unleashes his own pain in return. He, in turn, just as fiercely, tragically accuses her of breaking his heart first and irreparably. Accuses her with raw passion of destroying him by making that choice, by ultimately choosing Edgar. By prioritizing social status, wealth, and conventional life over their declared, undeniable, soul-deep connection. He tells her she has been faithless, cruel, selfish in prioritizing the transient, the worldly, over their absolute truth. It's a painful, profoundly paradoxical scene. Nellie describes it with the raw clarity of an eyewitness. Two individuals who claim to be irrevocably linked, two halves of a single soul locked in a final embrace, passionately blaming the other asterisk for their mutual, overwhelming, unendurable suffering, each circling and perhaps unknowingly articulating the same inescapable, horrifying fact that their shared, intense, fundamental need for each other, their absolute fusion of being, somehow in the actual harsh world they inhabited, made their true united union utterly agonizingly impossible. Its soulmate drama taken to its most extreme, agonizing, unbearable conclusion, where Kathy saying "I am Heathcliff" didn't devastatingly somehow translate into a simple possible pathway for them to "let's get married and live happily ever after soulfully together on the moors." It led here to recrimination in a dying embrace. In the terrible midst of this final, passionate, exquisitely painful scene, locked together in their mutually agonizing embrace, Kathy visibly physically becomes even weaker. Her remaining strength drains away, consumed by the intensity of the moment. Nellie Dean has to step forward, to intervene, gently, perhaps firmly, pulling them apart as their desperate embrace grows too tight, too fierce, too physically draining for Kathy's fragile state. And it is at this crucial meeting after their final raw, fiery, agonizing confrontation that Kathy, physically and emotionally spent, finally collapses. She dies relatively shortly after, hours later perhaps. Adding a heartbreaking layered turn, Nellie reveals she dies specifically just hours after giving painful birth to a daughter. A baby girl born into the eye of this multi-generational storm of raw emotion, relentless revenge, and deep, complicated pain. This daughter is eventually named Catherine, carrying her mother's complex, powerful name. But Nellie points out she is almost always referred to universally by everyone who knows her, by Nellie herself, by Edgar, and by later characters, in conversational terms to distinguish her from her powerful departed mother as Kathy, or sometimes formally as Catherine the Younger, or simply with protective tenderness my Kathy, by her heartbroken father Edgar. She enters the world as Edgar Linton's only child, his sole legitimate heir, inheriting his status, his property, and the heavy, confusing legacy of her parents' tragically complex story, Kathy's death. The definitive physical departure of this force of nature, who was the nexus of all their lives and conflicts. It utterly shatters Edgar Linton, the quiet, gentle man who perhaps only ever truly knew a love focused entirely upon Kathy. He doesn't erupt into Heathcliff's wild, destructive despair. Instead, he retreats into profound, silent, pervasive grief. He becomes utterly consumed by his sorrow, dedicating himself completely, wholly, tirelessly to raising his infant daughter in quiet seclusion within the protected walls of Thrushcross Grange. He dotes upon young Kathy Linton, this baby, who Nellie implies quickly grows to reflect her remarkable mother's essential beauty and independent spirit, but who is pointedly being raised in the safe, sheltered environment of the Grange, under Edgar's constantly watchful, intensely overprotective, profoundly cautious eye. Edgar fears Nellie knows the persistent negative influence of Wuthering Heights. He fears its undeniable darkness, its chaos, its brooding, vengeful master Heathcliff. He desperately, relentlessly wants to shield his innocent daughter from the dangerous choices, the ultimate tragic fate her fierce, willful mother had ultimately chosen, or perhaps inevitably fallen into. Edgar's quiet, constant, deep devotion to his child stands in stark, absolute contrast to the explosive, destructive passion, the mutual recrimination that preceded and ultimately precipitated Kathy's death. His love is enduring but silent, grief-filled. Heathcliff, the source of so much pain, is equally, perhaps even more completely, visibly, undeniably devastated by Kathy's death. However, his grief manifests not as Edgar's quiet, passive sorrow, but as a terrifying, wild, almost supernatural despair. He rages against her death, rages against her, against the world, against her decision to leave him for Edgar the foil, against the fundamental agonizing unfairness of it all, the cosmic cruelty. He doesn't mourn, he howls his defiance and pain. In a moment of intense raw agony beside her grave, he terrifyingly demands her ghost haunt him, demands her presence return. Nellie witnesses this. He explicitly says he cannot possibly bear the horrifying thought of eternal separation from the essential other half of his being even in death. His immense unchanneled wild grief does not temper his cruel vengeful nature. Instead, terrifyingly, it seems only to fuel it, to amplify it, to make it burn even brighter with an even greater, more destructive intensity. His singular purpose in life, Heathcliff himself implies constantly, now undeniably, was always Cathy. Now that she is definitively gone from the physical world, his consuming purpose transmutes. It becomes one of pure, relentless, all-consuming destruction of everything and everyone even remotely connected to Edgar Linton. Everyone who in his twisted mind played a part in the circumstances leading to Cathy's choice and her eventual death. Everyone who stands or has ever stood in his terrible, vengeful path. His actions moving forward become more brutal, less complicated by residual human connection, less motivated by the desperate hope of somehow winning Cathy, which is no longer a possibility, his deepest motivator removed and driven now solely by the cold, hard, relentless desire to inflict pain, to make others suffer as he perceives he has suffered. He ensures as one final symbolic act tied to their shared moorland identity and her divided nature that Cathy is ultimately buried in a specific spot, a specific, prominent, symbolically meaningful spot on the graveyard edge, situated pointedly between the neatly defined graves of the established families, the controlled earth of the consecrated churchyard, and the raw, untamed, wild freedom of the moors, symbolic perhaps of her own fundamentally divided nature, caught forever between the civilized valley and the wild heights. Meanwhile, what of Isabella, still suffering, trapped initially within the brutal reality she chose at Wuthering Heights? After enduring months, perhaps a year, of her relentlessly miserable marriage, after experiencing the terrible cold treatment she receives from Heathcliff, after witnessing firsthand the chilling level of human desolation and psychological damage he and Hindley are inflicting upon themselves and everyone around them, Isabella eventually blessedly escapes. Somehow. Nellie isn't entirely present for this, but the story recounts that she manages to flee Wuthering Heights, to get away, and she travels far south, putting as much geographical distance, as much safety as possible as her limited resources and circumstances allow, between herself and her profoundly cruel, abusive husband, Heathcliff. And importantly, Isabella gives birth to Heathcliff's son, Nellie reports. The baby is born shortly after Isabella's successful escape from the heights, perhaps away from her former home altogether. He is also given a heavy, difficult name carrying the burden of both his troubled parents' names and histories. He is named Linton Heathcliff, a stark combination. Isabella lives separately from Heathcliff after her escape, bravely raising their physically frail, undoubtedly emotionally troubled son, largely alone for a significant period. For approximately 12 more years, Nellie later recounts. Here's a point on mainstream historical context that underscores Isabella's plight and determined action. While under the existing legal structures for married women, coverture as mentioned before, a wife's property generally did become her husband's upon marriage. Securing any form of legal separation from that husband was incredibly difficult, exceedingly rare in the early 19th century legal system. Formal divorce requiring complex acts of parliament and significant wealth was virtually impossible for all but the wealthiest few. Isabella's act of physically fleeing, establishing a separate life, and raising her son apart from Heathcliff, while perhaps not Formal * legal separation in the way we understand it starkly highlights the profound practical impossibility of dissolving such destructive, unbearable unions for most women of the era. It shows the desperate fundamental measures women like Isabella sometimes had to take, risking social opprobrium and economic hardship, purely to physically escape genuinely abusive husbands and intolerable living situations. Her apparent ability to maintain this physical separation for over a decade after her initial flight suggests that Heathcliff, consumed perhaps by his raw grief over Cathy, his revenge schemes closer to home, or maybe judging her harmless once she'd served his purpose by fleeing, thereby humiliating Edgar indirectly, didn't relentlessly pursue Isabella in the same terrifying, obsessive way he pursued other targets, or his obsession with Cathy. She gained her freedom primarily because for a time she ceased being a convenient physical target for his main preoccupations back on the moors. This extensive period, covering the initial years after Cathy's death and Isabella's flight, also marks the formal, unavoidable introduction of the second completely new generation onto the defined stage of Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange. These children are inheriting not just names and property, but the profound damaging legacy of their parents' unhealed pain and choices. At the Grange, young Cathy Linton Catherine the Younger grows up initially physically sheltered, surrounded by comfort, loved by her father. But Nellie observes her innate spirit, her underlying curiosity about the world beyond the carefully manicured park walls, hints at the wilder nature inherited from her mother. She is undoubtedly tragically, perhaps deliberately unaware of the scale of the emotional storms her parents lived through and were shaped by. At Wuthering Heights, living a bleak, harsh existence, Hareton Earnshaw is simultaneously growing up. He grows wild in his physical nature, unrestrained, ignorant in his intellectual capabilities, tragically denied education under the systematic neglect of both Hindley and later Heathcliff. He tragically embodies the physical raw-boned traits of his ancient Earnshaw lineage tied to the soil, but he is brutally deprived of the education, the polish, the refinement, the very human dignity and social potential rightfully due to him by virtue of his legitimate birthright as the heir. Nellie makes this a core tragedy of Hareton's youth. And down south, raised away from the moorland chaos by his brave, fleeing mother Linton, Heathcliff grows up physically sickly, frail, dependent, carrying the heavy symbolic weight of both his parents' complex, difficult, and utterly divergent names and profoundly troubled histories, destined, it seems, to eventually enter the orbit of the homes his parents fled or abandoned in different ways. Years relentlessly pass in this divided world. Time grinds forward. Hindley Earnshaw completes his sad, inevitable decline. He drinks away his health, gambles away his fortune, the last vestiges of his patrimony. Ultimately, dying Nellie recounts a physically broken, utterly pathetic, ruined man, deep, cripplingly, impossibly in debt directly to Heathcliff. A grim form of cosmic justice, or simply a brutal conclusion driven by human failing and exploitation. With Hindley Earnshaw's definitive death, Heathcliff's relentless path to full legal control of Wuthering Heights is entirely, irrevocably cleared of obstacles. There is now no Earnshaw patriarch left to reclaim or oversee the estate. Hareton Earnshaw, Hindley Earnshaw's neglected illiterate son, and the rightful heir by birthright alone, is now entirely legally and physically under Heathcliff's arbitrary guardianship and absolute control. Hareton lives directly under the watchful, cruel eye of the very man who plotted and exploited his father's ruin and purposefully orchestrated his own debasement. And Heathcliff, fulfilling the darker aspects of his relentless revenge plan rooted in his own past, deliberately continues to deny Hareton Earnshaw an education, to suppress him, raising him systematically not as a gentleman of property as his name suggests, but as a simple illiterate laborer. Treating him consistently cruelly, Nellie observes with the exact same deep-seated scorn and harsh, unrelenting neglect that Heathcliff himself suffered originally directly from Hindley during his own youth. It is chillingly an enactment of revenge, not only against the father by owning his estate, but against the son by debasing him in kind. Hareton, the story reveals, is in this state a powerful, almost living, breathing embodiment of Wuthering Heights itself, in its degraded, unpolished primal state. He is physically strong, ruggedly rustic, inherently fundamentally rough around the edges. He is loyal in his own quiet, stunted way to those around him, especially those he deems worthy of respect or affection. But he is completely unschooled, untaught, intellectually raw. He is almost a direct, tragic, distorted mirror image of the young, rough, uneducated Heathcliff himself, when old Mr. Earnshaw first unexpectedly brought him home, only now caught in a bitter, perpetuating cycle of abuse and neglect, cruelly orchestrated and controlled by the figure of vengeance, Heathcliff himself. This sets the vital stage fully now for the defining conflicts of the second half of the novel's powerful, devastating drama. The figures of the first tempestuous generation have largely violently or quietly left the narrative stage, departing through death, illness, or desperate flight. But their profound issues, their intense pain, their consuming hatreds, and their uniquely deep-seated destructive human connections, these things have fundamentally created the physical and emotional landscape for the new generation. The characters of young Cathy Linton growing up relatively sheltered down at the Grange, and Hareton Earnshaw growing up raw and brutalized physically, but intellectually stifled at the Heights, are visible, living, breathing embodiments of their respective families, their contrasting homes, their tangled lineages. They are growing up tragically, unknowingly bound irrevocably by the painful history their parents lived through, bound fundamentally by the long, dark, relentless shadow cast by Heathcliff's enduring power, his consuming thirst for revenge, and the insidious, expanding influence of his own bitter suffering. The sharp focus of the narrative now falls firmly, anxiously on how this new younger generation, with their different upbringings, will manage to navigate this intensely toxic inheritance, this suffocating legacy of bitterness, while constantly terrifyingly controlled, watched, and relentlessly manipulated by the enduring, tyrannical, chilling force of Heathcliff's unspent, pure hatred. You might, sitting there listening, start to feel a sense of very real, deep anxiety for young Cathy and for Hareton. These two young individuals, initially seemingly innocent, or at least relatively untouched by the sheer weight of adult malice and complex trauma in their formative years, now visibly caught up in the unavoidable, painful legacy left by their volatile parents. Surely you hope desperately against hope. Surely this next generation with their seemingly gentler natures, Cathy, or suppressed decency, Hareton. Surely they can somehow manage to escape the same trap, break free from the same devastating cycle of cruelty, of betrayal, of unresolved pain. Right, Nellie Dean as the witness, as the longtime inhabitant of this world, watches them closely now. And perhaps she too in the telling holds on to a quiet, small hope, perhaps against her vast knowledge of human nature on the moors, that the cycle of suffering can somehow be broken by these young souls. But their destinies remain precariously in the hands of the one person consumed by the past Heathcliff. 12 long years creep slowly by after Cathy Earnshaw Linton's tragic death. 12 years marking the growth of the next generation under the heavy shadow of the first. At Thrushcross Grange, the devoted, grief-stricken Edgar Linton meticulously dedicates his entire life to raising his only child, Cathy the younger. He is, Nellie Dean observes with a touch of bittersweet sadness, utterly devoted to this daughter, who carries so much of her mother's face and spirit. He is relentless, fiercely protective. He shields her almost completely, raising her in profound, careful seclusion within the Grange's safe park walls. He guards her rigorously from the outside world, and specifically guards her from any contact with or knowledge of Wuthering Heights. or any understanding of its brooding dark master Heathcliff, the man who caused him such pain and was linked to his wife's undoing. Nellie Dean remains at the Grange, serving faithfully as young Cathy's nurse companion and complex confidant. She is constantly trying, Nellie explains, to balance Edgar's often overly cautious, almost obsessive protective rules for his daughter, with young Cathy's own emerging, naturally spirited, fundamentally curious, independent nature. A nature that, to Nellie's eye, and undeniably to Edgar's quiet terror, strikingly reminds her of young Cathy's fierce, unrestrained mother. You can easily imagine the carefully navigated conversations Nellie has with young Cathy. The stories of her mother. Nellie perhaps strategically editing out the very worst, the most traumatic, the most philosophically disturbing parts of the dark family history. Or maybe Nellie confesses with the characteristic glint in her eye. She can't help but drop just enough intriguing, carefully worded hints to pique young Cathy's inevitable curiosity about the forbidden, shadowy place on the hill that her father clearly fears and avoids above all else. Young Cathy grows up surrounded by Edgar's deep, unwavering affection, by physical comfort, but also sensing his persistent underlying quiet sadness, a pervasive air of unspoken melancholy that colors their peaceful home. Perhaps she intuitively understands, even without the full truth, that there is a dark, forbidden place, a site of profound unhappiness located somewhere nearby, connected to her but unspoken of by her guarded father. This deliberately sheltered, intensely confined existence at the Grange finally begins to crack when an unexpected messenger arrives. Isabella Heathcliff, who has bravely and resourcefully been living out her undeniably difficult, fiercely separate life, raising her son far away in the relative anonymity and safety down south, falls tragically and definitively ill. As she senses her death approaching, Isabella makes a crucial decision and sends for Edgar Linton. She specifically asks her brother to come south for her son Linton Heathcliff, asking him to retrieve the sickly boy and bring him north. She explicitly expresses her desperate wish for Linton to be taken completely away from his cruel father's direct influence, to be raised perhaps within the gentler, more conventional world represented by the Lintons. Edgar, ever the embodiment of fundamental human kindness, of family duty and responsibility, despite everything that has transpired, immediately undertakes the journey to retrieve his young nephew. Poor, sickly Linton Heathcliff, who has spent his entire young life post-infancy being carefully cared for by his long-suffering but devoted mother, likely sheltered like a fragile hothouse flower from any of life's difficulties. He arrives as Edgar eventually brings him north, a profoundly weak, utterly fragile boy, completely and utterly unprepared for the raw realities of the world, let alone for the truly monstrous reality of his father. Upon Isabella's eventual death away from the main stage, Edgar, adhering to his promise to his dying sister and his inherent goodness, initially brings Linton to Thrushcross Grange. His initial noble intention, Nellie recounts, is to shelter the frail boy, to try and raise him safely alongside his own daughter, young Cathy. Perhaps he harbors a faint hope that the connection to his dead sister's child, this remaining family link, might provide some comfort, some form of familial redemption or continuation of Isabella's legacy, rescuing Linton from his awful parentage. But Edgar's gentle plans are almost immediately, ruthlessly, violently disrupted. Heathcliff, always alert, always monitoring the connections between the families, is informed of Isabella's death, and chillingly informed directly of the existence of his son. A son Heathcliff has likely never bothered to acknowledge, has certainly never attempted to see or interact with during Isabella's entire 12-year independent life, raising Linton after her escape. A confirmation, Nellie implies with dry judgment, of how little Heathcliff valued Isabella herself as a human being beyond her temporary utility to his plan. But hearing of his son now triggers something else. Not fatherly affection, obviously. That is definitively not Heathcliff's way. No. Heathcliff immediately demandingly claims ownership. He requires without any pretense of gentleness that Linton be immediately brought from the safety and comfort of Thrushcross Grange to Wuthering Heights. Why this immediate forceful demand? Because chillingly Nellie understands his motives. Linton is his son. Therefore he is Heathcliff's only potential legitimate heir in the world, the vehicle through which Heathcliff might consolidate vast holdings. More importantly, infinitely more valuable for Heathcliff's complex, terrible plan, Linton is Edgar Linton's legitimate nephew, the remaining Linton male descendant after Edgar himself. Gaining direct control, having physical possession of Linton means Heathcliff suddenly holds a direct, unchallengeable, powerful connection into the heart of the tightly protected Linton family line, and potentially crucially direct leverage into their fortunes secured at Thrushcross Grange. It's a piece finally clicked into place in his long game of revenge. Edgar is ultimately forced painfully legally. Heathcliff, being the father, likely has clear legal claim in the eyes of the law over a dependent minor to hand over the sickly, frightened boy to Heathcliff. It is Nellie paints it a terrible, agonizing scene to witness. Watching the kind, gentle man Edgar, having barely welcomed his frail nephew, having perhaps already started to feel a glimmer of responsibility or affection, forced to give the vulnerable child directly into the hands of the man who has caused Edgar and everyone around him so much profound, enduring pain. Linton Heathcliff arrives at Wuthering Heights, a transition that takes him instantly from the relative physical comfort, the fundamental human safety, and the quiet predictability he knew with his mother, and his brief, peaceful time with Edgar. A transition that throws him headfirst into the stark, harsh, utterly dilapidated physical reality and profound psychological bleakness that Heathcliff has deliberately created at Wuthering Heights. And Heathcliff's attitude towards his own son, Nellie, observes with appalled fascination, is one of overt, undisguised contempt, total lack of anything resembling parental warmth or responsibility. Linton Heathcliff, perhaps constitutionally predisposed to frailty, or physically weakened by hardship, or even psychological distress inherited from his mother's time, is consistently weak, constantly ill, prone to complaints, selfish in his demands, a survival mechanism perhaps, whiny. He is critically completely unlike his brutal, physically imposing, terrifyingly powerful father. Heathcliff utterly despises these undeniable signs of Linton weakness that he sees visibly manifested in his own son. He sees Linton as a poor physical specimen, perhaps chillingly perceiving him as visibly resembling the hated Edgar in temperament or physical delicacy. Heathcliff treats Linton Heathcliff with cold indifference at best, using the boy for strategic gain. Often Nellie recounts he resorts to calculated cruelty at worst, demonstrating how little actual value he places on his son as a person, only valuing him as a tool. The only other permanent younger resident of significance trapped like Hareton himself, within the grim confines of the Heights at this point, is Hareton Earnshaw. He who has known only hardship and lack of intellectual polish under Heathcliff and Hindley. When Linton Heathcliff, the delicate cousin from the south, arrives, Hareton initially views him predictably with profound contempt. He sees Linton as effeminate, weak, soft, and sickly, an object of disdain completely unlike his own rough strength forged by physical labor and hardship. But back at Thrushcross Grange, Edgar's protection, while unwavering, can only do so much against his daughter's innate nature. Young Cathy, now 18 years old, comes into her own. She is inherently spirited, deeply curious about the wider world that lies enticingly, forbiddingly beyond the confined safety of the park walls, a place she has only glimpsed in hints and overheard silences from her father. She finally manages to convince Nellie Dean through a combination of persistent pleading, gentle manipulation, or maybe even sheer defiance of implied rule, mirroring her mother's willfulness, to allow her to venture just a little further afield one fateful day. just beyond the absolute boundary walls of the Grange estate. And inevitably, tragically, with a sense of almost predestined narrative fate on this specific initial venture, taken precariously towards the misty, ambiguous boundary that physically separates the Grangelands from the harsh, forbidden heights. Young Cathy quite literally, rather dramatically tumbles, or is thrown by circumstance over a crumbling dividing wall. A physical and symbolic crossing. And where does she land quite perfectly narratively and dramatically? Right at Wuthering Heights, right at Heathcliff's property, and crucially landing directly into a crucial meeting. A collision. She meets Heathcliff for the first real time as an adult figure. And more importantly, in this unplanned moment of intrusion and surprise, she meets Hareton Earnshaw. She finds Hareton working outside, engaged in manual labor. Physical dirty exactly as Heathcliff keeps him. A sturdy, undeniably strong young man, rough in appearance. Plainly dressed, a stark contrast to the sheltered gentility Cathy knows. And Cathy, drawing upon those subtle hints from Nellie, and the deep avoidance from her father, quickly realizes who this strong, unpolished stranger must be. Undeniably related to the original mysterious, unspoken former residents of the Heights, connected to her mother's past. Her immediate reaction, tragically but perhaps predictably given her upbringing and her father's ingrained prejudice, is disdain. She outwardly expresses scorn, judging his visible lack of polish, his rough physical labor. Perhaps making thoughtless, cutting comments, comparing him implicitly or explicitly to farm animals in her unthinking snobbery, or questioning openly why he's working outdoors like a common laborer treated without visible dignity, when she vaguely knows the old name Earnshaw is connected historically to this house to some past form of ownership or gentry status. Hareton in this initial encounter is visibly powerfully struck by her appearance. Intrigued by this elegant girl from the sheltered world of the Grange, so utterly different from the few women he knows at the Heights or on the isolated farms. But her undeniable condescension, her immediate verbal judgment, her mocking references to his rough state and lack of polish, combined with his deep-seated private embarrassment over his own forced illiteracy, a visible mark of his debasement, orchestrated by Heathcliff. These clash painfully and quickly, create profound friction between them. It's an antagonism born of societal walls, forced circumstances, and Heathcliff's cruel manipulation, but hinting even in this awkward encounter at Hareton's underlying sensitive nature beneath the rough exterior. Here's a potentially quirkier historical point highlighting young Cathy's perhaps unintentional rebellion and setting up her eventual deliberate action towards Hareton. The expectation for young women of the gentry class, especially heiresses or daughters of position like young Cathy Linton, demanded significantly limited movement. They were generally expected to remain confined largely to the house and the immediate, often enclosed garden or park attached to the estate, and any interaction with the outside world, any social visits or trips beyond the known family circle, was strictly, consistently, and without exception heavily chaperoned. Their entire external world was tightly restricted to the controlled environment of their home, its grounds, and very closely supervised social calls carefully arranged by their parents or guardians. Young Cathy Linton's casual, unauthorized expeditions outside the physical boundary of the Grange grounds, her willful decision to explore against her father's protective instincts or implicit rules, fundamentally reflect a rebellious, independent streak, perhaps deeply inherited directly from her fierce, unrestrained mother. This small, almost accidental escape over a wall isn't just a plot contrivance. It's a significant, visible act of defiance against societal norms regarding female confinement and exploration in her era. And crucially, this brief act of independent boundary breaking places her exactly where Heathcliff needed her to be for his cruel purposes. This initial, seemingly accidental encounter between young Cathy Linton, representing the Grange's sheltered world, and Hareton Earnshaw representing the Heights' rough reality, and Heathcliff's victimized lineage unwittingly sets the specific stage for Heathcliff's central, calculating, devastating, manipulative plot, involving the younger generation. Seeing young Cathy's spirit, the echoes of her mother, recognizing her pivotal position as Edgar Linton's sole legitimate heir to all his property and wealth, and presented unexpectedly with her literal arrival right on his doorstep, Heathcliff immediately recognizes and seizes a prime opportunity, a chance to extend and solidify his vengeance, to achieve total absolute control not just over Wuthering Heights, which he is acquiring legally through Hindley, but more importantly now over Thrushcross Grange as well, the symbol of Edgar's life and the world that stole Cathy. His scheme is brutally, horrifyingly simple, logical, and chillingly effective. Heathcliff will somehow, using coercion, manipulation, deception, or outright force if necessary, force young Cathy Linton into marrying his son, the sickly, unimpressive Linton Heathcliff. Because upon Edgar Linton's eventual foreseeable death, Edgar's health, remember, is failing. All of Edgar's considerable property, his fortune, his social standing, the entirety of the valuable Linton inheritance would then pass entirely to his sole daughter, young Cathy. And with young Cathy married directly to his despised frail son Linton, control of the entire Linton estate and its wealth would then eventually, through Linton's predictable illness and eventual death, as Nellie implies, becomes likely transferred to Heathcliff as Linton's only heir. It is pure power play. A chilling, comprehensive act of final, twisted revenge directed not only against Edgar by destroying his family line's autonomy, but securing utter dominance over everything Edgar represented and held dear, all orchestrated coldly through the unwanted child of his hated rival and the innocent daughter of his lost love. A vengeful sweep encompassing three families' legacies via a single legally binding transaction. A plan rooted in his own despised offspring, wielded as a tool. Heathcliff, with chilling efficiency and undeniable malicious glee, actively encourages further regular interaction between young Cathy Linton and his son Linton Heathcliff. He meticulously creates scenarios for them to meet. He spins plausible tales pretending with a manipulative sincerity he entirely lacks that poor Linton is lonely, perpetually sickly, desperately neglected, ironic, as he is neglected by Heathcliff and profoundly needs the cheerful company of his cousin. He subtly plays using written messages carefully crafted under his supervision and forced upon Linton on young Cathy's genuine kindness, her latent empathy, her innate Linton gentleness, parts of her nature inherited from her father's side that he exploits. He skillfully engineers secret meetings between young Cathy and Linton. These meetings occur regularly, usually when Edgar is particularly ill and confined to his room, rendering him less likely to oversee visitors, or when he is simply conveniently absent, unable to actively prevent Cathy from leaving the protected grounds. Heathcliff relies strategically, or uses outright coercion and manipulation upon Nellie Dean to facilitate or simply fail to prevent these dangerous rendezvous between the cousins. Perhaps Heathcliff intimidates Nellie into silence. Perhaps he deceives her into believing the meetings are harmless visits to cheer a poor sick relative. Regardless, he ensures these encounters happen away from Edgar's watchful eye. These clandestine visits to Wuthering Heights allow young Cathy, initially genuinely moved by pity for Linton, to gain a complex first-hand view of the vastly contrasting lives of the two young men trapped within Heathcliff's cruel domain. She sees the reality of Linton, perpetually sickly, relentlessly demanding, utterly dependent on external care, displaying the self-centeredness that is partly inherent frailty and partly the result of Heathcliff's abusive training. And she sees Hareton, physically imposing, undeniable embodiment of raw, inherent strength, but intellectually unpolished, rough-edged in his social interactions, socially awkward, deeply aware of his own shortcomings under Heathcliff's gaze. Young Cathy attempting out of genuine kindness, perhaps mirroring her mother's earlier attempts to civilize or improve the Lintons as seen in her efforts with Isabella years prior, tries to educate Linton by reading aloud to him from her books during these visits. But perhaps seeing a deeper human connection possible, or recognizing something essential, something kindred despite the surface roughness, young Cathy also instinctively gently attempts to teach Hareton to read. She offers him books, encourages him with patience, but his initial reaction to her offer of help, however kindly intended, is not gratitude. It is one of profound hurt anger, born directly from his deep, crushing embarrassment and ingrained pride over his deliberate enforced illiteracy, the mark of his degradation. His wounded rejection, however temporary, serves to highlight tragically his vulnerability, and the underlying depth of feeling the sensitivity masked so heavily by his rough upbringing under Heathcliff's intentionally demeaning tutelage. It solidifies the visible, seemingly unbreachable divide that Heathcliff has cultivated between them. A further piece of mainstream historical context is critical to grasping the full strategic depth and chilling calculation of Heathcliff's plot here, particularly regarding Hareton's education and potential social status. In this era, access to formal education was much more than just about acquiring knowledge. It was an incredibly significant, tangible marker of social class. Forcing someone from a gentry family background into perpetual illiteracy and manual labor, as Heathcliff is relentlessly doing to Hareton, and Earnshaw by name, potentially an heir by lineage, was an incredibly effective, cruel way, not only to prevent any possible social mobility for the younger generation, but to systematically strip away the inherent dignity, the fundamental respect, the established social identity conventionally associated with holding gentry status, even if your family line technically granted you a name linked to that world. Heathcliff, through his own bitter experience of being denied education and status by Hindley, understood this truth intimately. And now, filled with cold malice, he knew exactly what he was doing to Hareton, inflicting a mirroring, calculated, lifelong degradation. Heathcliff relentlessly ensures that Edgar Linton remains utterly unaware, kept completely in the dark, regarding these secret ongoing meetings between young Cathy and his son Linton at Wuthering Heights. Nellie herself caught tragically and reluctantly in the treacherous middle. Perhaps intimidated by Heathcliff's raw power, perhaps subtly coerced, perhaps convinced momentarily by a lie, knows with undeniable certainty how profoundly dangerous this clandestine arrangement is. She clearly sees Heathcliff's terrible underlying true intentions, but she struggles, profoundly trapped by her position, her obligations, her inability to simply flee. She struggles to effectively stop young Cathy's determined independent will once set, or Heathcliff's relentlessly determined manipulation. She might feel the immense weight of guilt now, a silent agony, knowing she played some unintentional role in the tragedy of the first generation by conveying critical information, and is now standing by helplessly watching the second generation walk blindly into a terrible trap. A trap set by the same person, but now amplified by years of bitterness, years of unresolved pain, decades of pure, focused, malevolent malice. You, as Lockwood listening, or as a modern reader hearing, might find yourself just wanting to audibly groan, to want to pound the table, desperately wanting to reach into the story and shout a loud warning, to alert everyone involved to the horror that is unfolding, carefully orchestrated. It is agonizing to witness the patterns repeating themselves with such fidelity, to see innocent lives being so ruthlessly manipulated, all engineered and controlled by the one figure utterly consumed by the burdens and pain of the past. A past Heathcliff attempts not to escape, but to actively violently make the future bend itself completely to his own old hurts, his original wounds, his lifelong quest for total devastating dominance and revenge. Heathcliff, through manipulation and exploiting the frailties and goodness of others, has successfully lured young Cathy to Wuthering Heights repeatedly. Ostensibly, always under the deceptive pretense of simply visiting and providing needed companionship for the continuously sickly Linton Heathcliff's son. His strategy is enhanced by compelling Linton to write carefully dictated letters to young Cathy. Letters playing explicitly and quite effectively on her genuine sympathy, her inherent kindness traits she inherited from her Linton side. These letters emphasize Linton's supposed loneliness, his perpetual poor health, exaggerating his isolation, and his desperate need for her gentle company, twisting young Cathy's very best qualities into tools for his sinister agenda. Meanwhile, Edgar Linton, young Cathy's devoted father and protector, is now himself quite genuinely ill. His own physical health is undeniably declining, weakening. Just as Cathy is blossoming, visibly reaching marriageable age, that critical juncture for social status, inheritance, and personal future in this era. This declining health makes Edgar Linton, already isolated by grief and position, increasingly vulnerable to Heathcliff's ruthless schemes. Sensing perhaps instinctively that Edgar is nearing the end of his life, that time is growing short before his grip on his estate passes legally and unequivocally to Cathy, potentially complicating Heathcliff's desired speedy legal grasp on the Linton wealth via marriage. Heathcliff visibly becomes more forceful, more overt in his intentions. He begins dropping any semblance of the patient, careful pretense of merely friendly family visits aimed at cheering up Linton. The mask fully drops. He knows, calculating coldly, that Edgar is very unlikely now to survive long enough to actively intervene. Long enough to effectively prevent him from carrying out his ultimate devastating plan, forcing through whatever means necessary his son Linton's marriage to Edgar Linton's sole daughter and heir. The final brutal trap is sprung. During one particularly pivotal, fateful visit young Cathy makes to Wuthering Heights, undertaken precisely inevitably when Edgar is most gravely ill, weakened, and tragically confined to his own sick room at the Grange, incapable of supervising or preventing his daughter's absence or vulnerability. Heathcliff acts decisively. He makes his move. He utterly refuses to let Cathy and Nellie, who accompanied her, perhaps reluctantly, but as a dutiful attendant, leave the confines of Wuthering Heights and return to the Grange. They are shockingly, horrifyingly simply held captive. Imprisoned within the very walls of Wuthering Heights, the symbolic heart of so much past trauma and present malice. This isn't a subtle manipulation anymore. This isn't carefully woven deception or coerced visits. This is straightforward, brutal abduction and physical confinement. Nellie is immediately locked away in a room, isolated, utterly prevented from somehow getting a crucial message to Edgar at the Grange, preventing her from raising the alarm, warning him of their predicament, their potential danger. Young Cathy, though physically terrified by the suddenness and brutality of her capture, displays an undeniable flash of her mother's inherited spirit. She is initially defiant. She passionately refuses to cooperate with Heathcliff's demands. But Heathcliff, a master manipulator who has endured and inflicted pain for decades, is relentless. He employs chilling psychological tactics woven with the undeniable threat of physical force, perhaps not explicitly shown but implied powerfully by his presence in the history of the house, to break her strong, defiant will. He chillingly points out her absolute helplessness now. He coldly underscores the unavoidable reality of her beloved father's imminent death down at the Grange, making her isolation feel absolute. And he makes it clear the terrifying absolute power he holds now directly over her fate, and perhaps more critically holds absolute, potentially lethal power over the fate of his own sickly son Linton, towards whom young Cathy feels some pity and obligation. He ruthlessly exploits every point of vulnerability she has. His brutal, unwavering objective, Heathcliff states with chilling clarity, using force where charm failed, is one singular outcome. He will force young Cathy Linton. Force her immediately, using any means necessary to marry his son, Linton Heathcliff. It matters not to Heathcliff in the slightest that Linton is visibly, miserably, undeniably a fragile, dying boy. He is simply the necessary link, the key, the required vessel, the legal means to an end. He is the essential piece of the legal puzzle required to seize the Linton fortune. The timing is critical for Heathcliff's planned time running out as Edgar fades. The marriage must happen. It must be legally finalized before Edgar Linton dies. Because under the legal system of the time upon Edgar's death, his entire inheritance, his considerable property, his fortune, his standing would automatically pass entirely, unequivocally, legally directly to his sole legitimate heir, young Cathy Linton. And if she inherited before marriage, the legal complexities for Heathcliff, while perhaps surmountable eventually, with effort and money of gaining complete secure rapid control of Edgar's wealth via his despised son's union, becomes significantly more difficult to navigate, more prone to legal challenges, more tedious. Heathcliff wants an ironclad, undeniable claim, immediate, swift, secured via his son's marriage to the legal heir, young Cathy. It's pure, cold-blooded, unvarnished transactional control presented to young Cathy tragically, with maximum brutality and psychological terror, a chilling echoes of the calculating pragmatism her mother spoke of years ago, only now twisted into pure tyranny. Under immense agonizing duress, terrified for her own immediate safety and psychological well-being, and more profoundly, agonizingly terrified for her beloved dying father down at the Grange, a father whom she is desperately prevented from reaching, from comforting in his last moments. Young Cathy Linton is finally inevitably forced, compelled, into marrying Linton Heathcliff. The marriage takes place within the grim confines of Wuthering Heights, arranged hastily, performed perhaps by some equally coerced figure of authority or a traveling minister. Nellie does not dwell on the detail, but its grim nature is clear. A brutal, unwilling, deeply unhappy ceremony, performed against Cathy's will and against the natural order of things. Nellie Dean herself is pointedly, deliberately brought out of her temporary confinement only just long enough to be forced to witness the deeply unhappy, chilling event. Imagine she conveys the horror to you standing there, knowing everything, knowing the deep, bitter history that led to this precise, awful moment. Standing by, utterly helpless, forced to witness this second-generation marriage. A bond meant to symbolize hope, continuity of family lines, a natural progression of life and legacy, twisted horrifically into a crude, violent vehicle for a parent's past enduring poisonous hatred and terrifying present greed for control. Linton throughout the terrible ceremony is a pathetic, physically diminished figure, visibly frail, likely barely conscious, seemingly propped up and pushed through the required pronouncements and rituals solely by the overwhelming will and sheer force of his relentless father. Young Cathy is despairing, heartbroken, reduced to passive participation, forcibly tied in a legally binding union to a sickly, miserable, demanding cousin she barely knows, all orchestrated and completed by the terrifying man she instinctively fears, hates, and distrusts with her entire being. Shortly after the forced, utterly loveless marriage takes place, after the vows that sealed young Cathy's fate under Heathcliff's design, Nellie Dean finally manages somehow to escape Wuthering Heights. She receives crucial help from Zillah, the otherwise grim household servant, who in a moment of quiet rebellion, or simply visceral disgust at Heathcliff's tactics abducting and confining people, crossed even her threshold. Nellie shows Nellie a secret overlooked way out, allowing her to leave the physical confines of the estate unseen by Heathcliff or Joseph. Nellie, with her years of knowledge of the landscape and the houses, races as quickly as her age and circumstances allow, across the intervening miles of moors, back towards Thrushcross Grange. But it is too late. Fate, in its slow, deliberate way, has moved beyond her ability to influence its timeline. She arrives back only to find Edgar Linton, young Cathy's kind, devoted father, heartbreakingly close to death. She finds him weak, fading. She does somehow convey to him what has happened, informs her dying master about his beloved daughter's abduction and forced marriage to Linton Heathcliff up at the Heights. Nellie narrates this with great sorrow, likely softening the brutal, terrifying details of the captivity and coercion as much as she possibly can in his final moments. But he understands the core truth. Edgar Linton manages. Nellie ensures to see his daughter, his dear Cathy, one last brief, precious time. She is brought from Wuthering Heights for a short visit, likely arranged by Heathcliff for appearance, or to cement his claim before Edgar passes away peacefully, his long sorrow, his gentle, sad existence finally freed from the pain of his loss, the torment of the storm of life on the moors, the constant struggle against the darkness represented by Heathcliff. Edgar Linton's death, the end of the Earnshaw-Linton rivalry personified in its quieter, more gentlemanly form. This marks what appears in that moment to be Heathcliff's absolute devastating triumph. He has seemingly succeeded beyond his wildest, darkest imaginings. He has relentlessly pursued his terrible goal, and now possesses irrevocably what he most craved after Cathy's death: total, absolute control. He has undisputed dominion over both Wuthering Heights' acquisition legally secured through Hindley's immense debt, and his subsequent convenient death, and now seemingly total dominance over Thrushcross Grange as well, his grasp secured via his son Linton's marriage to young Cathy, the legitimate, now orphan sole heir. With Edgar gone, his rival eliminated by time and nature, and young Cathy legally married to Linton, a boy whom Nellie and surely Heathcliff knows is highly unlikely to live very much longer due to his perpetual fragility. Heathcliff chillingly envisions himself becoming the ultimate consolidated, undisputed owner, the undisputed master of both intertwined estates. He envisions ruthlessly consolidating all the fundamental power, all the accumulated wealth, all the status and property that had historically belonged separately to the old Earnshaw lineage, to the long-standing richer Linton family, and now via inheritance through his sickly son to his own line. All swept up, contained, and commanded within his single vengeful grasp. An undeniable act of pure dominance and brutal retribution delivered with cold precision. He immediately, predictably, cruelly forces young Cathy to remain trapped at Wuthering Heights after Edgar's death and funeral, keeping her forcibly away from the Grange, physically preventing her from occupying or critically controlling her rightful inheritance and property directly. And in a chilling final act of symbolic total victory and psychological subjugation, he literally takes her place as the Linton owner down at Thrushcross Grange, moving himself in, or taking de facto control. He exerts his dominance by, for example, demanding rent from the few remaining loyal servants left there, enforcing his new authority, making the occupants painfully aware who now ultimately controls their fate and livelihood, establishing himself as the master even from a distance via his son's legal position as heir through marriage. Tyranny born of suffering and vengeance appears to have settled utterly and undeniably over the quiet, isolated corner of the moors, seemingly now absolute and undisputed. Within the grim, perpetually dark walls of Wuthering Heights itself, young Cathy Linton Earnshaw Heathcliff, her name a tragic symbol of all the tangled, painful legacies converging, is trapped in her grim, unbearable new life as a wife and inhabitant. Her husband Linton, the instrument of her capture and Heathcliff's primary legal leverage, remains perpetually sickly, undeniably useless, a source of constant need. He requires relentless, often exhausting physical care demanding attention, but he offers absolutely no genuine affection, no real companionship, no kindness to alleviate Kathy's misery. Heathcliff, having used her for his purpose of gaining a legal claim, continues to treat his new daughter-in-law with cold indifference, a lack of warmth so absolute it feels like a constant chill, or often with outright calculated cruelty. She has served her primary strategic function in his plan. He now merely exerts his authority and control over her because he can part of the furniture of his triumph. The only other human resident of real significance within the bleak house forced into their orbit is Hareton Earnshaw. During young Kathy's initial forced visits before her marriage, and throughout her now forced unhappy permanent residence within Wuthering Heights, she and Hareton's developing relationship is profoundly fraught with antagonism and complex feeling. Nellie, observing them, describes their initial painful interactions, Kathy instinctively adopting the prejudices ingrained by her protected upbringing within the genteel walls of Thrushcross Grange, and perhaps her father's subtle avoidance of the rougher Earnshaws, and Heathcliff ruthlessly mocks Hareton for his profound obvious lack of education, his rough appearance, his unrefined speech. She looks down on him from the perspective of her own privilege, highlighting her own struggle to fully shed the conventional snobbery of her sheltered Linton upbringing, despite her mother's earlier roots at the Heights. Hareton predictably painfully responds to her cutting disdain, her perceived arrogance not with meek acceptance, but with a potent mix of hurt, deeply private shame, and angry defensive pride, perhaps finding his only comfort and outlet in the solitary physical intensity of his outdoor work, or in the loyal, unquestioning companionship of the estate dogs who don't judge his words. It is initially deliberately an antagonistic relationship, an unhappy clash born out of years of enforced social difference, the chasm deliberately maintained by Heathcliff. A clash tragically fueled by Hareton's undeniable underlying sensitive nature, heartbreakingly masked, brutalized, and warped by years of neglect and deliberate, constant emotional and intellectual degradation under Heathcliff Earnshaw's purposefully debilitating tutelage. However, as months turn into more time trapped together, physically confined within the oppressive atmosphere of Wuthering Heights itself, perpetually enduring both of them, the daily reality of Heathcliff's arbitrary soul-crushing tyranny, isolated together in their shared hardship. Their dynamic. Nellie watches with a fragile spark of hope slowly, profoundly begins to shift. They are both undeniably in their own distinct ways, fundamentally victims. Victims of Heathcliff's cold power, captives within his bitter controlled world. Young Kathy begins to see subtly at first beyond Hareton Earnshaw's undeniable roughness, beyond the intellectual awkwardness. She starts to glimpse moments of genuine kindness, perhaps shown not towards her explicitly at first, but towards animals or small gestures only she witnesses. She glimpses moments of unexpected profound sincerity in his nature. Nellie implies that perhaps seeing him respond with simple, raw, unvarnished emotion, unburdened by artificial social polish, something she has seen remarkably little of in the cold, calculating, resentment-filled environment that Heathcliff actively cultivates around them, this begins to move her. Hareton, for his part, despite Kathy's occasional thoughtless condescension and social awkwardness, observing Kathy's own unexpected resilience under hardship, her glimpses of spontaneous, gentle nature, the kindness inherited perhaps directly from her father, the softer, more refined Linton qualities Heathcliff so despised shining through despite the bleakness. He remains profoundly captivated by her. Despite his initial pain and embarrassment, he is drawn to her light, her difference, their shared experience of being trapped, their mutual endurance of the oppressive regime. their slow recognition of each other's fundamental decency beneath the layers of upbringing and enforced roles. This begins to create a grudging understanding, a hesitant unspoken respect, which slowly tenderly blossoms into something far deeper, into a powerful new bond, something quiet, something fundamentally human, perhaps more resilient ultimately, Nellie hopes, than the explosive, self-destructive, fiery passion that consumed the first generation, bound up with possessiveness and pain. Young Kathy, overcoming Hareton's initial defensive pride and embarrassment, and maybe inheriting a vital spark of her mother's own more caring, perhaps protective, nurturing side, mixed with her own Linton-taught kindness and patient spirit, slowly, patiently begins again to genuinely encourage Hareton to learn. She deliberately leaves books where he might see them without pressure, almost accidentally accessible. She doesn't nag or condescend, but offers quiet, persistent invitations to engage with learning, overcoming his initial visible resistance with patient, gentle insistence and understanding. This simple act of shared learning, of opening the world of words together within the suffocating walls, becomes a fundamental bridge. It connects the two young people. Two separate souls physically isolated together in Heathcliff's meticulously crafted, cruel kingdom of suffering. Their connection forged quietly defiance in its own way right under his nose. A powerful new bond taking root where he sowed only bitterness and desolation. This burgeoning quiet relationship between young Kathy and Hareton, flowering in the bleakness, this alliance of innocent suffering and emerging hope, happening visibly, persistently under Heathcliff's direct observation and presumed control. It seems almost paradoxically like a profound betrayal. A subversion organic and fundamental of his very intended legacy of misery. His carefully laid plans focused on acquiring and dominating external things, property status heirs, begin to fray around the edges of this purely human, simple connection, blooming despite him. And here, subtly, steadily, tragically, here is where Heathcliff's own relentless, all-consuming grip on the living world around him finally starts to noticeably, inexorably loosen. He has it all by his own terrifying definition. He has systematically, relentlessly acquired everything he outwardly wanted in terms of tangible property, in terms of absolute control over land status, the symbols of power that were once denied him. But Nellie observes that possessing these things, securing his victory through cruelty and calculation, it feels profoundly, unexpectedly hollow. His obsessive focus on vengeance, on relentlessly inflicting pain upon others, on destroying lives and legacies as his own was arguably destroyed. This consuming focus starts visibly, noticeably, tragically to wane. Its potency drains away. He becomes increasingly, intensely preoccupied, distracted, restless. Nellie Dean watches him now, seeing something shift profoundly in his demeanor, his actions, his very gaze. She recounts that his eyes seem to take on a strange, wild, profoundly faraway look, staring fixedly at things others cannot see. He begins to spend nights wandering the bleak, raw expanse of the moors, restless, speaking to himself, murmuring names or phrases that are only meaningful to his inner torment. He seems to visibly stop engaging with the practical demands of life. He starts to stop eating, losing interest in physical nourishment, as if finding sustenance only in this strange, escalating internal turmoil, this external, undeniable communing he seems compelled to undertake with forces invisible to others. He is tormented, yes, but it is less about hatred for the living figures still trapped in his web, less about actively pursuing ongoing cruelties, and increasingly consuming him completely. It is about an overwhelming, undeniable longing for the dead Kathy. The original Catherine, the very woman who started it all with her choices, the carefully acquired revenge, the dominance he craved for decades, the power he wielded. It feels hollow, insignificant now compared to his desperate, driving, consuming need for reunion, for a final, definitive, fundamental reconnection with his departed soulmate. It is as if Kathy's restive, wild ghost, the very specter Mr. Lockwood glimpsed in his terrifying dream in that very bedbox chamber years ago, the figure who scratched at the pain and whose name haunted the wood, or maybe simply her sheer, overwhelming memory, the undiminished power of her being is finally and irrevocably drawing him away. Drawing Heathcliff away from the physical world of the living he sought to utterly control and ruin, away from his brutal accomplishments, drawing him inexorably towards the ethereal realm where he now seems absolutely convinced Kathy resides. His grasp, physical and mental, on mundane reality loosens visibly day by day, rapidly deteriorating as his entire remaining focus fixates utterly, exclusively, painfully on the spiritual world, on the possibility, the hope, the agony of final reunion. In his profound, self-imposed absorption, he becomes increasingly oblivious to the details of the world around him, remarkably oblivious even to the quiet rebellion, the growing fundamental connection happening right under his own roof, visibly, undeniably, as young Kathy patiently teaches Hareton Earnshaw, the neglected heir, to finally hopefully read. A small act of shared humanity flourishing in his engineered blight. Historians and literary analysts still actively debate Nellie Dean's narration, invites reflection on this, the fundamental extent to which Emily Brontë intended Heathcliff's final rapid physical decline and eventual death to be interpreted. Was it intended to be read purely psychologically, as the logical, albeit extreme, consequence of a human mind, literally driven insane, destroyed from within by lifelong consuming obsession, by unchanneled rage, by unbearable grief and isolation? Or was it intended, fitting the book's atmospheric hints and Lockwood's supernatural dream experience, to be interpreted more literally on a subtly supernatural level? Was Heathcliff truly, finally, genuinely being actively haunted by Kathy's spirit, called relentlessly drawn away from the world he soiled, literally consumed by her ghostly presence, pulling him towards an eternal, perhaps shared rest or turmoil? The profound ambiguity woven deliberately into Nellie's account of his final days, his strange fixation, his restless wandering, his visible wasting away. This ambiguity allows for multiple deeply compelling interpretations of his final state, fitting the philosophical uncertainty about the afterlife, about passion's true end. Does his rapid physical decay at the end of his life simply and directly reflect his internal spiritual decay, the hollowness of his vengeance? Or is he quite literally being consumed, his life force drained, pulled into another realm by the force of the ghost or spirit of the woman he can no longer bear to live without? Either way, Nellie conveys chillingly his power, his oppressive grip over the living world around him, over the individuals he sought to break, fundamentally and undeniably weakens dramatically. His active reign of tyranny begins to collapse inward, driven by forces perhaps even he no longer controls. One morning, quietly after his days and nights of restless wandering and declining engagement with reality, Nellie Dean finds Heathcliff dead. He is found lifeless in his bedroom, the very same chamber where you, Mr. Lockwood, experienced your terrifying, chilling, seemingly spectral dream involving Kathy's tiny cold hand at the window pane. The same room, the same very old oak-paneled bed with its confining doors, where the first Catherine Earnshaw's name was deeply carved over and over into the wood. He is found lying finally still on his back upon the bed, eyes wide open, fixed. One hand is positioned, perhaps still frozen in its last movement, tragically reaching out towards the open window frame he always kept open where he called out for Kathy. Nellie Dean performs the last rite herself. Gently she reaches out, and with quiet purpose she closes his staring eyes. But she notes something significant in that final, unseeing expression. A strange, a profound, a terrible expression she will never forget. She describes it as a sense of palpable satisfaction on his face, as if at long last in death he has finally found something. Perhaps reunion, perhaps just rest. Whatever the culmination of his complex, tormenting existence, the relentless fury that had consumed him for so long. The rage, the bitterness, the pain. It is undeniably extinguished in that final moment of stillness. He is ultimately buried. And in keeping with their tangled fates, his final resting place is beside the first Kathy. His gravestone and hers eventually over the long years to come become weathered. Their inscriptions fade. The stone itself grows naturally gray, integrating with the raw stone of the landscape around them. They become. Nellie describes the inevitable truth of time, eventually just indistinguishable mounds among many in the small, isolated churchyard at the edge of the moor, their physical remains fading back into the powerful elemental landscape that originally shaped them. That bore witness to their lives. A particular, quirkier detail perhaps related to final resting places that resonates with their nature. The practice of burying individuals near specific geographic markers, sometimes on estate lands, rather than strictly asterisk within asterisk, the fully consecrated grounds of a formal churchyard, or sometimes like Kathy positioned between, reflected older, more fundamental rural customs, sometimes reflecting personal wishes that fell outside the strict controlled confines of formal Anglican tradition in death as in life. While most people eventually ended up in their proper marked churchyards, figures perceived as notable, or perhaps notoriously unconventional like Catherine and Heathcliff might sometimes have their final rest, positioned in liminal spaces, at crossroads or on specific places on their estate lands they loved, or just like Kathy, at the very edge of accepted sacred space forever tied to the physical earth that birthed their spirits. This chosen or dictated connection to the raw physical earth of the moors, even in death, undeniably reinforces the elemental primal, ultimately untamable nature that defined both their powerful, difficult lives and their intertwined destinies. With Heathcliff finally physically gone, released by death from the grip of his own consumed torment, the oppressive, suffocating atmosphere that had dominated Wuthering Heights for years, a weight bearing down upon everyone within its walls, instantly lifts. It disperses. Nellie implies like a heavy, suffocating curtain being brutally, finally pulled back from the window, allowing the raw, clean air of the moors back in. Linton Heathcliff, the frail, wretched boy, the ultimate unwitting instrument of his father's long, terrible, cruel tyranny against the Linton name, tragically, perhaps mercifully, dies shortly after Heathcliff's departure. Perhaps released from the unbearable psychological burden, the perpetual fear, the constant abuse under his father's shadow, or perhaps simply succumbing naturally to his inherent physical weakness that marked his short, miserable life. With Linton's passing the last legal human complication, he represented to Heathcliff's tangled legal claim on the Linton property through him, and critically to young Kathy's direct legal ownership of her rightful inheritance, is also removed. Young Kathy Linton, having endured captivity, forced marriage, and the grim reality of life at the Heights, is now utterly, finally free from her unhappy marriage contract. And her brief husband's death means the previously complex legal maneuvering and claim on Thrushcross Grange is definitively simplified. Kathy remains the sole legitimate, undisputed heir of her father, Edgar Linton. Her inheritance from him is finally and completely her own, unquestionable, not funneled through Heathcliff's despised son. With the long shadow of Heathcliff, the figure who embodied the relentless past and the cycle of revenge definitively gone from the world, and the sickly figure of Linton, also departed the two remaining young souls trapped at Wuthering Heights, young Kathy Linton and Hareton Earnshaw. Our Nellie Dean narrates finally free. Free from the pervasive malice, free from the control, free to breathe. And profoundly they can finally find comfort, genuine, simple companionship. And yes, perhaps against all the odds of their upbringing and the history they represent, genuine love together, unburdened now by the long destructive shadow cast by their parents' intense, bitter, devastating history, and thankfully no longer living directly under the oppressive weight of Heathcliff's actively vengeful, tormenting presence, his tangible ghost made manifest in life. Their shared experiences of being controlled, of suffering hardship, Hareton, or captivity Cathy, of enduring isolation together under tyranny, and their mutual slow overcoming of crucial barriers. Cathy finally letting go of the subtle class snobbery, the intellectual disdain ingrained by her sheltered Linton upbringing. Hareton gradually overcoming his deeply ingrained pride and profound embarrassment over his illiteracy, painstakingly and patiently guided by Cathy. These forging experiences create a powerful, fundamentally human connection between them. A connection perhaps quieter, less violently passionate than that of the first Catherine and Heathcliff, but one that is presented subtly, hopefully, by Nellie as more grounded, more enduring, more genuinely resilient. A love that represents for the first time perhaps in the long history of these two entwined families and houses, a genuine, profound potential for healing, for peace, for quiet, steady, simple happiness on the moors. They make their plans quietly, surely together. Plans for the future. They plan to marry, not in secret, not out of spite or calculation, but with apparent genuine affection and mutual respect. Their planned marriage, unlike the tragic forced unions of the past, symbolically represents the ultimate merging, the joining together of the two houses, of the Earnshaw line through Hareton and the Linton line through young Cathy. A merging accomplished not through cruelty, not through manipulation, not through property dispute or force, but through fundamental human connection, through genuine affection, through mutual understanding, through shared survival and the simple blossoming of a better way of being. They plan to eventually leave Wuthering Heights, the place that was defined and scarred by its relentless past, leaving its oppressive, haunting confines to Nellie Dean, perhaps for caretaking for a time, and to the perpetually grim, unmoving presence of old Joseph, fixed in his ways as ever. They plan specifically to move down to Thrushcross Grange, taking residence there. This deliberate, significant departure, this movement of the surviving young generation down to the Grange, symbolizes much, Nellie hints. It marks a literal physical movement towards gentler climes, towards comfort, towards education for Hareton now, and a future built on respectability rather than primal force. They will take with them, presumably, Nellie observes, the best, the most enduring, most valuable parts of their complex inheritance from both fundamental sources. The inherent resilience, the connection to the raw, honest earth from the Earnshaw Heights lineage, the potential for kindness, for learning, for a different kind of refinement from the Linton Grange world. Taking these fragmented, previously clashing pieces to attempt bravely to create a better future, a quieter existence, something less consumed by storm, something hopeful. Nellie Dean concludes her extraordinary, exhaustive story for you now, Mr. Lockwood. Her long, winding narrative journey. She has patiently brought you, the outsider, the inquirer, brought you chronologically, meticulously, from the very genesis of the intertwined Earnshaw and Heathcliff fates, from the raw, untamed life on the heights, through generations of passion, betrayal, conflict, and brutal, deliberate revenge that poisoned the very land around these houses, brought you right up steadily, sometimes painfully, often relentlessly, up to the precise present moment of your awkward, accidental arrival and subsequent uncomfortable stay. Explaining fully now with complex layers of personal insight, Precisely how Wuthering Heights, that undeniably grim, forbidding place that originally sparked your intensely vivid, horrifying nightmares, came to be defined by such dark, lingering forces, and confirming that perhaps, just perhaps, it is no longer exclusively inhabited solely by the tormenting ghosts of the absolute past, the spectral figures, and the overwhelming memories, nor exclusively by the living individuals trapped and broken by those past torments and the people who inflict them, the tyrannical, controlling, pervasive physical presence of Heathcliff. The embodiment of the past's unrelenting grasp is undeniably, irrevocably, physically gone from the moors, replaced now perhaps by a fragile but vital and undeniable potential for hope in the future carried forward by the surviving generation who have chosen connection over bitterness. Nellie Dean's incredibly long, profoundly detailed narration, a torrent of memory pain and insight perhaps taking many hours, even many distinct evenings over your period of forced recovery or intentional delay at the Grange, told bit by painstaking bit, detail by rich detail, brings you finally up to the reality of the current day, fully explaining the reasons behind the emptiness, the silent presence of Wuthering Heights you witnessed and felt so profoundly. Explaining the quieter human presence you briefly, perhaps uncomprehendingly encountered during your previous visits, the figures of Hareton and young Cathy, whom you perhaps didn't fully grasp the complex significance of until now, seen through the clarifying, often critical, but ultimately humanizing lens of Nellie Dean's detailed memory. And she sets the complex, uncertain stage in its own quiet way for the fundamental future. As Nellie Dean finally concludes her vast, bleak, ultimately human saga of suffering, intense passion, enduring consequences, and brutal revenge, you, Mr. Lockwood, having physically endured a profound blizzard, emotionally endured the ghost encounter, and patiently, intellectually endured this epic recounting of absolute human misery, perhaps finally feel the urge to leave the relative and often not so relative safety and intensity of the houses. You decide to visit the isolated, windswept churchyard again, seeking out now with newfound understanding the simple graves, the markers of the departed Catherine Earnshaw, Edgar Linton, and Heathcliff, the central figures whose intense intertwined lives define the very landscape around them. Now presumably just quiet mounds of earth among many others on the moorland edge, gradually, relentlessly blending physically back into the very ground that bore them, that shaped their wild spirits. You stand there, in the quiet, cool solitude of the moorland graveyard, the wind perhaps whistling around the modest stones. You muse quietly inwardly, perhaps wrestling with the complex, unresolved questions left by the tale. You contemplate their final rest. You cannot help but question profoundly whether spirits as turbulent as theirs, as fiercely intertwined, as relentlessly driven by pain, anger, and love beyond conventional measure, could possibly ever find genuine, deep peace even in death, surrounded by the seeming quiet solitude of the ground itself. Nellie's story concludes, but its questions linger, settling within you like the persistent moorland mist. You leave the place eventually, turn back towards the relative civilization, the structured quiet of Thrushcross Grange, perhaps shaking your head, shaking it slowly, quietly, in profound reflection, marveling at the sheer, uncompromising, sometimes terrifying, absolute intensity of the human lives that were forged and then brutally lived out within this confined corner of the world. Thankful perhaps more than anything that you only ever experienced the tumultuous tail end of their uniquely haunting, uniquely unsettling story, and only as an outsider glimpsing its effects from the relative safety of temporary observation. Nellie Dean has profoundly done her complex work. She has meticulously woven a deep, intricate, undeniably bleak, often devastating, occasionally shot through with moments of raw, fierce beauty, intermittently punctuated with dry humor or casual historical asides, but ultimately a deeply unforgettably human tapestry of complex family, profound, sometimes monstrous love, desperate choice, and relentless, terrible vengeance. Leaving you, the listener, inevitably, indelibly changed, left to quietly ponder the undeniable forces, human nature, fate, environment, societal rules, fundamental conflicting desires, that uniquely shaped Wuthering Heights, and its truly extraordinary, profoundly unsettling, and endlessly fascinating inhabitants. This Mr. Lockwood, and you listening at home, this marks the end of the main story narration, the recounting of the tumultuous saga. Now settle in, gently. Allow the journey through the moors, through the decades, to slowly, carefully unwind. Let the atmosphere settle. The intense energy begin to dissipate from around you. The imaginary, or maybe you feel the felt moorland wind, the harsh stone, the memory of the dark houses, all of it softens now, begins to blur reassuringly into the quiet space within your mind, like the fading light truly blurring the shapes on the horizon. It's less a tangible place of torment you're inhabiting in your imagination right now, less a scene of active misery, and more just a powerful memory. A story now safely held, contained perhaps only in the quiet, gentle space between being fully awake and simply slipping peacefully away into sleep. Think of the people, not just as characters anymore, perhaps. Think of the spirits, the undeniably wild, fundamentally untamed spirits who walked and fought and loved and suffered upon those lonely, raw, windswept paths. The passions that were so intense, so absolute, they burned through lives and legacies like uncontrolled brush fires, consuming everything in their path. And think finally of the quiet, perhaps unexpected resilience, the human spirit that eventually somehow managed to push gently through the ashes, like hardy heather finding its way through the burned earth after a long, brutal winter, reaching for a new light. The story, you felt it vividly, so full of sound and fury, of passion and conflict. It is visibly, palpably settling now, coming to a gentle close within you. The echoes are fading. The ghosts, perhaps they truly are finally at rest now, having told their tale through Nellie, having played out their fates. Or maybe, just maybe, they're simply quiet tonight. Tired now from their endless pacing within the corridors of memory and imagination you explored with Nellie. Their presence recedes. You carried the weight of that house. You carried the profound, sometimes terrible weight of that long, complicated history for a little while tonight. Feel it now. Allow that weight to simply release itself from around you. Fall away gently. You are not trapped. Not here where you are now. You are not physically trapped on the desolate moors, lost in a blizzard. You are not battered by the invisible force of a storm. You are not subjected to potential encounters with spectral hands reaching through windows. You are not ruled over by cruel masters or imprisoned by past choices. You are safe. You are right here. Wrapped gently, comfortably, reassuringly in your own warmth, in the quiet safety of your own space. The echoes fade further now. The intense emotions recede, moving back into the pages, into the history where they belong for tonight, leaving behind just the quiet, just the gentle, distant hum if your fan is on, the soft feeling of comfortable blankets around you, and the steady, natural, reassuring rhythm of your own peaceful breathing. There is quiet now. Deep quiet. Where before there was only the intense sound of the howling wind, the echoes of painful voices, and the lingering, profound ache of complicated, unresolved lives. Peace begins to descend now. Gentle, calming, quiet, and complete. Allow it. Just allow it to fill the space the story temporarily occupied within you. Sleep soundly, guys.